There were $1 trillion of subprime mortgages. These are mortgages that, no documentation, don't have to prove your income, very non-credit worthy. But there were $1 trillion of subprime mortgages. These are mortgages that, no documentation, don't have to prove your income, very non-credit worthy. But there was a bubble mentality, a frenzy, and everyone, hey, buy a house and borrow money, fix it up, sell it for twice as much, walk away rich. Everybody was doing it. Mortgage default rates rarely get above 5%. 5% is really high in the mortgage market. So people were saying, smart people like Ben Stein, the financial analyst, but the central bank and others were like, well, okay, let's get crazy. Let's assume a 20% default rate, which has never happened, but just assume that's true. On $1 trillion of subprime mortgages, a 20% default rate would be a $200 billion loss, which was only slightly higher than the S&L crisis of the 1980s. Adjusted for inflation, it would have been a comparable loss. And the attitude was, well, we survived the 80s, we'll survive this. Yeah, it's bad. Banks will take losses, stock prices go down a little bit, but we'll survive. What they missed is, yes, there was $1 trillion of subprime mortgages, but there were $6 trillion of derivatives. Yeah. That was invisible. So all of a sudden, 20% of that was $1.2 trillion. So you create derivatives out of thin air. Yeah. And there's no limit on how many you can have. They're off balance sheet, meaning the balance sheet of the company, I won't see them. You have to read the footnotes and then the information behind the footnotes. So non-transparent, unregulated, no limit on size. So the crisis was actually much worse than anyone realized. And then when it started to collapse, the contagion spread throughout the financial system. My point about 2008, it was because we did not learn the lessons of 1998 and we flew right into 2008. But once again, we have not learned the lessons of 2008, and we're going to fly right into the next storm. In 1998, Wall Street got together and bailed out a hedge fund. In 2008, the central banks got together and bailed out Wall Street. Who's going to bail out the central banks? In other words, the point is each crisis is bigger than the one before. The intervention gets elevated, larger dollar amounts. And are we now at the point where there's no one left to bail us out? And one of the questions I'm asked most frequently is, okay, Jim, I kind of follow your analysis on how risk works and how complexity theory and capital markets, how that works. But where's the crisis coming from? What's going to be the catalyst? It's actually a long list. Now, student loans, there are $1.6 trillion worth of student loans. So this will go, and kind of this gets to your point, Francis, how do capital markets and money markets and Fed policy kind of leach into debt and deficits? So when a lender, credit union, or anybody or university makes a loan to a student and the Treasury guarantees that loan, which they do, it's off budget. Again, it's not strictly a derivative, but it is non-transparent. So then the student defaults, and the credit union, the lender, simply turns to the Treasury and says, here's your loan file, pay me. And the Treasury pays the lender because they've guaranteed the loan. Now it's on the Treasury. But until that point, that loss is not on books of the United States government. That loss is not part of the deficit. But when the Treasury writes the check to make good on the guarantee, it does go into the deficit. So we think deficits are high now, but there's this $1 trillion tsunami of student loan losses that's going to pile on top of the structural deficits and make it even worse. So all these things are, I spend all my time analyzing these things. I see them all. I can describe them. I can see how they're going to converge into a worse crisis. But in the short run, people either ignore them or they just don't know anything about them. But why would Bernie Sanders even suggest that? And by the way, he's not alone. I think the other candidates of, Elizabeth Warren and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, one way or another, have suggested that they would do something similar, that we need student loan relief, and that ends up going onto the budget and onto the taxpayers. But there's a school of economics, and I talk about this in chapter 5 of my book. It's called Modern Monetary Theory.
All right, let's leave it there for modern monetary theory, nightmare. NARAD is number 1. Hi, Darren. Hey, NARAD. Hey, Frank. The one slacking today. The one is number 5. No, number 4. Number 4. don't know if I rock. Sometimes I think I suck based on the reactions I get. Hey, Brandon. Hey, Pilot. Yeah, exactly. Racketeering. Hey, Robert. Hey, Geo. Thanks for joining, Geo. This is a recording of your thoughts. I don't think anyone can stand the nothingness, so we'll move on. Hey, Eddie. Bottles. Hey, Lee. I don't know. I got to look. Maybe I did. I got to look. You were giving others the chance. So Ham's going to call in at some point. And I just want to, I don't know, I just throw other ideas out there. When you're thinking about investing, particularly in the long run, you have to, one has to have a framework within which one is investing. And this is a concept I don't hear many people talking about. But now I'm gonna give my own point of view quickly. It's not trying to be anti anything or make any judgment. I just observe that since I sort of came of age onward, there's been a huge experiment in the Western societies called feminism. Some call it womanism. And I think feminism it's metastasized into something else. But I don't want to get into any of that except to point out that men can't have children, women can. And if women are, for whatever reason, it makes sense, the most important thing in their lives is the career. They can do what they can do better, as good as or better than men. It's a patriarchy. Men are suppressing. I don't want to get into that argument. Although I will point out that if you study economics, which I don't recommend, I did it, so you don't have to. There's a concept called comparative advantage, and it relates to countries, but you can apply it to people. For example, if the United States makes computer chips, well, you can do it two ways. If the United States makes computer chips with fewer resources than any other country, and it makes corn with fewer resources than any other country, where should the United States devote its energies if that's the only two choices? Well, it's the one they do better. But you don't have to compare it to other countries at all. You just look at it like, well, if the United States has X amount of resources, it can produce this much corn or this many chips. Which does it do better? That's its comparative advantage. So if you think about it, they do what they're best at. They get cash. Of course, the world doesn't work this way under the dollar-based system, but this is all theory. They get cash for what they're best at, and they can buy the other from Taiwan. So they grow corn and they buy the chips from Taiwan. It's the same with men and women, but no one thinks about that. If you're truly in a partnership, and that's the problem, marriage is dead. It doesn't work anymore. Anyway, this is a huge experiment. It's spreading around the world because our institutions of higher education are run by women. Our high schools are run by women, and men defer to women. Women have a lot of power. So I don't want to get into whether that's right or wrong. All I want to say is for 40, 50, 60 years, and maybe longer, this has been a change in Western society. So I'm going to read you an article quickly. It was published March 20, 2024 from The Lancet. This is a health organization. And the headline is Dramatic Declines in Global Fertility Rates Set to Transform Global Population Patterns by 2100. I picked this one because the studies that I've read about the United States and women, actually, Morgan Stanley has one out about half of women, I think it's in their 20s and 30s in the United States, by 2030, won't have children. And then they extrapolate from there. I'm not judging it. Of course, it's going to come across that I am. But listen to this. By 2050, over 3/4, it's 155 out of 204, over 3/4 of countries will not have high enough fertility rates to sustain population size. This will increase to 97% of countries by 2100. Pronounced shifts in patterns of live births are predicted, with the share of the world's live births nearly doubling in low-income regions from 18% to 35% by 2100. And sub-Saharan Africa will account for 1 of every 2 children being born on the planet by the end of the century. Better access to contraceptives and to female education will reduce birth rates. While in low fertility, high income economies, policies which support parents and open immigration will be vital to maintain population size and economic growth. So that's something I want to mention. This influx of population is probably to swing the vote to Democrats for our lifetime. But it also might be because the government, the banks, the people that count on growth in housing prices, they lend out money on a model of fractional reserve banking. They need the population to grow. But it's not growing. Organically, I guess is the word. The authors warn that national governments must plan for threats to economies, food security, health, the environment, and other geopolitical security brought on by these demographic changes. So the world is approaching a low fertility future. That's the second point I want to make. When you're making investments, I don't know, maybe you know, but I don't know how this will filter out. But if the baby boom generation dies, which it will by 2100, where's the demand going to come from for condominiums? Where's the demand going to come? When I trained at Merrill Lynch. One of the guys that came in to give a presentation to us up in New York City talked about what his investment theme to last a lifetime, which was that the baby boom generation, you could imagine a boa constrictor eating, let's say, a pig, and you could see that pig move down the boa constrictor's body, and if you pretended the boa constrictor was the decades and the pig was the baby boom generation, you saw, as the baby boom generation started, you saw an increase in real estate in the starter homes. You saw an increase in the building of schools. You saw an increase in the cost, I'm just fast forward, of education. You saw an increase once they graduated in the cost of cars, suits, clothing, suburbs, housing. And then he projected onward as the baby boom ages and the pig moves through the boa constrictor, the cost of healthcare and the cost of and everything, insurance, graduate school, everything is going to increase. And then they're going to have children. Well, if population doesn't grow, I mean, an obvious question to me is, are suburban real estate houses going to be worth more 50 years from now than they are now? It's just things you got to, if you're investing for the long term, you have to have your own opinion. I don't know. The world is approaching a low fertility future. Although by 2100, more than 97% of countries and territories will have fertility rates below what is necessary to sustain population size over time. Comparatively high fertility rates in numerous low-income countries predominantly in Western and Eastern sub-Saharan Africa, will continue to drive population increase in those locations. The demographically divided world will have an enormous consequence on economies and societies, according to a new study published by The Lancet, LANCET. The research from Global Burden of Disease, Injury, and Risk Factors study, University of Washington School of Medicine, for past, current, future, regional, and national trends. In general, countries need to have a total fertility rate of 2.1 children per person who can give birth, per woman, 2.1 children per chick, to sustain long-term generational replacement of the population. The TFR, which stands for total fertility rate, the total fertility rate of a population is the average number of children born to a female over a lifetime. I gave you the numbers, so I'm not repeating them. The new fertility forecasts underscore the enormous challenges to economic growth in many middle and high income countries, with a dwindling workforce and the growing burden on health and social security systems by an aging population. This might be why Joe Biden opened up the borders to anyone, Ali, all in Frio, or whatever that was, come in free. The new study also predicts huge shifts in the pattern of live births from higher to lower income countries. In 2021, 29% of the world's babies were born in sub-Saharan Africa. By the end of the century, 54%. We, quote, we are facing staggering social change through the 21st century. the world will be simultaneously tackling a baby boom in some countries and a baby bust in others. So where do you put your money? As most of the world contends with serious challenges to the economic growth of shrinking workforces and how to care for and pay for aging populations, many of the most resource limited countries in Africa will be grappling with how to support the youngest, fastest growing populations on the planet. The implications are immense, Natalia V. Bhattacharjee says. These future trends in fertility rates will completely reconfigure the global economy and the international balance of power and will necessitate reorganizing societies. Maybe that's what this migration is. There will be only 6 countries with fertility rates above replacement level by the end of the century. The global, I got to look up TFR again. It's hard to remember all these abbreviations. The global total fertility rate has more than halved over the past 70 years. The obvious thing is feminism, but that's okay. It's a choice. And who would go back? But there's always unintended consequences. When you choose one thing, another thing doesn't happen. So this is what it is. The global total fertility rate has more than halved over the last 70 years, from around 5 children for each female to 2.2 children in 2021 globally, with over half of all countries below the population replacement level of 2.1 births per female. This trend is particularly worrying for places such as South Korea and Serbia, where the rate is less than 1.1 child per female. In Chad, the replacement level is 7 births per female. Over the next decades, global fertility is predicted to decline, reaching a total fertility rate of around 1.8 in 2050 and 1.6 by the end of the century, well below replacement level. Only 6 countries by the end of the century, Samoa, Somalia, Tonga, Niger, Chad, and Tajikistan, are expected to have fertility rates exceeding 2.1 births per female. In 13 countries, including Bhutan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Saudi Arabia, rates are predicted to fall below 1 child per female. Western Europe is expected to be at 1.44 in 2050, dropping to 1.37 by the end of the century. Israel, Iceland, Denmark, France, Germany are expected to have the highest fertility rates at between 2.09 and 1.40 by the end of the century. Most of the world is transitioning into natural population decline. So we get all worked up, I do, about climate change, but the key driver is population. Maybe it'll decline and the earth can recover. Population decline occurs when the number of deaths exceeds the number of live births. Just 26 countries are still projected to be growing in population at the end of the century. So whatever this, I can't remember this woman's first name, but her last name is Volset. She says, In many ways, tumbling fertility rates are a success story, reflecting not only better, easily available contraception, but also many women choosing to delay or have fewer children, as well as more opportunities for education and employment. I'm going to skip a bunch of this. These profound changes in future fertility reveal a clear demographic divide between the impacts on many middle to high income nations versus low income. And this requires national governments to implement policies. The analysis suggests that concerted efforts to fast track access to modern contraceptives and female education, the two key drivers of fertility, could help accelerate declines in fertility and reduce birth rates in higher fertility nations. There's no silver bullet, said Bhattacharya. Social policies to improve birth rates, such as enhanced parental leave, free childcare, financial incentives, extra employment rights, may provide a small boost to fertility rates, but most countries will remain below replacement levels. And once nearly every country's population is shrinking, reliance on open immigration will become necessary to sustain economic growth. So maybe this immigration is to bail out the banks. All comes back to the banks, doesn't it? All right, we'll leave it there. This study was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Anyway, it's just a thought. Things change, patterns change, and maybe investments need to be more thought out in micro ways rather than over the macro. All right, let's see when he calls in. My computer is doing all sorts of strange things. I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay. Move all this. Maybe I'm hitting something. I'll move this out of the way. Let me look at this quickly. Let me go here quickly. Just need to do one thing for my own housekeeping. Housekeeping. All right. Let's go through some of these stocks and then I'll answer questions while we wait for him. I'm going to take credit for this, for all those boo birds out there. Last week, I think it was Thursday, one of you asked me, should you sell DJT and hope to buy it cheaper? It was around 30 or 31. I said, no, I pulled up the chart. I think they're going to take it down to 27.50, maybe lower. They'll try to get it lower. And that'll give you a chance to buy the stock because it'll snap right back up. And I said, I don't know if it'll do it tomorrow. That was Friday, or next week. Well, DJT is up to basically $35. And now I'll give credit to Ham. Ham said buy the 30 calls. Now, if you bought them for Thursday, they expired. But if you bought them for this week or the next week, they were really cheap. I don't know, but I'm guessing you could have bought 10 for $500. Right now, those would be worth, you know, $5,000 or $6,000. So there's times when a trade is so obvious that you can make a quick buck. It's always good to make a quick buck. Finger is down 11 cents to 268. Mark's MBIO is 59 cents. So luckily he bought it inexpensively, sold out half, and now I think he's break even or slightly ahead on the other half. I've got weird names here on my list. Wolf is down to 410. Boeing is up 2. Doesn't matter how many planes fall out of the sky. And GME, that's the last one, I guess. It's 23.95. And for all the boo birds out there, I mean, I could give myself credit on that, but I'll give it to him. He called that one in the short run, in a bunch. Do you mean the flower, Lupin? RW. So you remember, thank you. I'm glad you made money. I hope you made money. What's going on with Finger? Ham will come on and talk about Finger, but I really think we have to stop worrying. It's at 268 down 11 cents, worrying about every single price. Donna, what Finger doesn't have yet, as you know, they have the ongoing, growing, but boring buying of minutes from the Chinese government at a discount and reselling them. This is safe, recurring revenue, low margin. They're trying to move to high margin. So they're moving out of some of the text messaging business that they made money on, and they're moving into the rich content services that the province by province nationwide build out of 5G for telephones is occurring. So that revenue increase hasn't shown up yet, but Donna, it will at some point. And then clever analysts will say, well, they're making a lot of money from their rich content services. Let's try to get a present value for that, and we'll give it a certain multiple. They also have revenue which is going to come in from the warranty business. When you buy a new phone in China, based on the build out, the rollout nationwide, but province by province of 5G phones, you must get a warranty on your phone. $100 a year, $125 a year. Finger Motion has the relationship with the world's largest warranty insurance company. It takes time, Donna. It takes time. There was also an economic shutdown in China. I don't know if you realized it. There was a bug that came out of Wuhan or out of the wet markets called COVID-19. It shut down the world. It shut down China. China took it really seriously, as did we. But they shut down their economy massively until a year ago. So this warranty business requires, it's very low cost to Finger. If they sell 1 million warranties at $100, they get $25, 25 million a year, very low cost. But the warranty business requires the insurance company to make sure there are kiosks and storefronts and trucks that can go pick up phones and replace them for free, fix them for free. That's what a warranty is about. So that was delayed, but that's coming eventually. And I would say by our third quarter, you're going to start to get a picture on just how valuable the long-term projections for the growth in that revenue will be. And some analyst somewhere will sit down and take the future projections of growth, bring it forward present value, and say, we should give a multiple for this business of this, and it's worth this much. They also have their Sapientus, big data. They're in the second stage, and if you listen to the interviews, I know we're all busy and it's hard to go back and listen, but they're and read press reports. They're on the verge of the second/third stage of the science and laboratory work on their big data, which is going to lead to what it says in the release: monetization of big data. Monetization. They've been working on big data for years, and they don't go by what's going on today. Is the price up tomorrow? What can we do to juice our stock price? They are slow, deliberate, careful, intelligent, hardworking, trustworthy, and they do what they say they're going to do as it relates to the Chinese government. And so they've been building up this data, laboratories, science, for the last years. In their recent announcements, by their second quarter, they expect to monetize that. Well, again, they are one source of using that data is working with Pacific Life Re. You can look them up. They're a large reinsurance company in the world. They're working with Munich Re. You can look them up. They're an enormous reinsurance company in the world. These two companies want access to China, even though China is the largest economic engine in the world. Its insurance business is just a morning. And they can use this big data for life insurance, health insurance, automobile insurance, home insurance, fire insurance, motorcycle insurance, boat insurance, pet insurance. I can't think of other things. The beautiful leg insurance, voice insurance. Anyway, this is getting underway, and it's taken a long time, but it's huge and it's high margin. And as it rolls in, Donna, there will be a really smart analyst that says, well, let's look now that we get a little color on their metrics and the size of the market. Just how big could this be over the next 10 years? Let's extrapolate their earnings and present value their earnings from insurances to a per share value now. That'll come. Then they have their sort of throwaways right now. They have their gatekeeper toll booth to the online shopping. I think we can ignore that for now. They have the Netflix of Southeast Asia they want to bring in to China with the high resolution communications services so they can expand the subscribers to movies and shows and content. I think we can ignore that now. But if you think Netflix, this is a potential huge future revenue source and growing cash flow, an analyst will look at that and say, let's project how far out that revenue goes, what the earnings will be, what the growth multiples should be. Let's bring it back present value. Let's assign a value to the shares for that. Then they have because people use their phones, they have recently signed up an app that is to be used at 440,000 charging stations for electric vehicles. Remember, they built out their infrastructure. They built out their electric vehicle infrastructure. They built out high-speed trains. They built out power plants instead of bombing deserts and assaulting mountains and going to war with the world. They've built an economy, but it takes time. But as people start using their app to charge their electric vehicles, there will be an analyst that says, well, let's give a growth projection to this usage. Now that we know the multiples, the margins, let's assume a certain growth rate. Let's present value that, and let's assign a multiple to it, and let's calculate what that should be worth per share. Then the big data isn't only going to be for insurance. Big data can be used. You can sell data for lawsuits, although I don't know how powerful lawsuits are in communist China. You can sell data to the Chinese government in order to prevent ever happening again a Tiananmen Square. So you can monitor phone usage, Facebook usage, or whatever, and make sure there's not a mob that grows all at once. So the government could be a natural buyer of the data from finger motion. What about the military? The military could buy the data to help design its defense plans against the United States, but against threats maybe from Mongolia or Tibet or from Russia. There are enormous other revenue streams from big data. All you need, Donna, is to look at the stock in the United States, which is a mature data collection economy, although we have a lot of lawyers defending privacy rights. Look at Snow, SNOW, billions of dollars in market cap. This is where Finger is going to go. So I just suggest that as we wait, we're going to see earnings here in the next couple of weeks for, I think it's called the first quarter of their year. I suggest that you hold on to Finger over the next 3 months to 6 months in anticipation, my opinion, of a double or a triple. Once the stock gets to that level and trades around a higher level, that's going to put pressure on the prime brokers and the short sellers. When it stops trading around $3, zinging up and zinging down, maybe starts trading around $7, zinging up and zinging down, the 7 versus the 3 on a large short position puts pressure on the short sellers. If you're looking for a short squeeze, which I am not looking for a short squeeze over the next 6 months in Finger motion. I'm just looking for a double or triple. But if you're looking for a short squeeze, that's where the magic will come in. The other place, if you're looking for a short squeeze, is a contract announcement out of the blue, like that registration statement. They buy somebody, or they do a deal with the government for hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars in something we can't even think of right now. A surprise to the system, a surprise to the shorts could set off a short squeeze. But Donna, my strong recommendation, stop worrying about Finger. It has the revenue streams out there in the world's used to be fastest growing, but largest economy in all sorts of areas based on the phone, which no one gives up in a recession. And it's growing. It never has to go back to Jeff Easton and his lying, smiling face. It never has to take a toxic note again. And if they keep shorting it, they're going to short it into the buzzsaw of revenue, cash flow, earnings. And as the quarters go by, and I don't think it's going to take longer than this fall for the quarters to show that there's positive earnings and they can predict positive earnings for the next years. But if you're going to worry for the next 6 months, you're going to get ulcers and you're going to be unhappy and you're just going to be a nightmare. My account's down 5,000. Oh no, it's down 50,000. It's down. It's almost not worth owning the stock if that's what's going on. But to me, these low prices are an opportunity to accumulate more Finger. I think Finger becomes an excellent investment to look at for a double or a triple over the next 3 to 6 months. Maybe it takes longer, but I think the double and the triple are coming. Focus on the double. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Goes from 3 to 6. It's a nice move. And if you put some money there, you can trade some others. Even if they go to zero, you get the money back. For example, if you have $6,000, you buy 1,000 shares of Finger, and with the other $3,000, you trade some of these other stocks. If the other 3,000 completely craps out and you wait on the Finger doubles, you get that $3,000 back. That's one way to look at Finger. Another way to look at Finger is sell the calls on some of your position. The problem is the stock right now is so cheap. I wouldn't recommend it. But if the stock were to get up to 6 or 7, and maybe there's some premium in the calls, sell some of the calls. Bring in the premium. 90 to 95% of all call options expire worthless. Get on the other side of the trade. Do covered call sales against your position in a moderate way because you don't want to lose your whole position. Start bringing in income. But Finger is not a stock like GTII or HPIL or VNUE or MULN or MMAT or COSM, or it's not one of those stocks. It was, but what Martin Shen did so expertly is he paid off Lynn Partners. He no longer has a relationship with Lynn Partners. And he's not ever going to do a toxic financing again, ever. That's unlike all those other companies. They listen to their boards. Their boards are infested with Wall Street liars and lawyers who are liars on behalf of Wall Street. This is never happening to Finger. But in the meantime, you know what happens, Donna. The criminals continue to sell. Jeff Easton said, we're not shorting Finger Motion, but we did act as a placement agent to 4 investors, and maybe one of them is shorting. He obviously placed the shares to 4 hedge funds, and they're probably all shorting the stock. They have a huge short position. Donna, to answer your question succinctly, what is happening to Finger Motion? The criminals continue to sell into existence non-existent shares. This goes on Adina Friedman's NASDAQ. And she doesn't care. It goes on in Gary Gensler's markets. He doesn't care. It goes on in your account. Your broker-dealer doesn't care. They are selling shares which do not exist. They are spoofing, which is illegal. They are crossing shares. They're colluding. All of it's illegal. But it's allowed in the United States markets because Goldman Sachs wants it to be allowed. That's what's happening every day in Finger.
So before you ask the question, what's going on with Finger? Every single day, the same criminal activity happens. Now, there's apologists out there who say, oh, there's systems in place. They're not shorting shares. They just did private placements. Well, it could be that. I don't believe it, but it could be that. But I met with the CEO and all of the top investors except one. She was still in China. Li or something like that. I didn't get to meet her. I met all the rest. Between them, they probably own 20 to 50% of the stock. They're not selling. They're not selling. So what's going on with Finger is ongoing counterfeiting of shares, and it will not stop. It's never going to stop. Ever. No one cares. But Martin Shen has at least 6 avenues of revenue, which turns into cash flow, which turns into earnings. His whole modus operandi now is to move from the survival mode of any revenues to let's move from low margin revenues to high margin revenues. So you're going to start seeing, Donna, high revenue, high margin revenue, growing revenue, high cash flow, and then earnings. And that's going to scare the beeswax out of the criminals. But Wall Street is run by criminals. It is policed by criminals. And then they buy off people like Adina Friedman with promises she's going to be the first female, whatever the hell she wants to be. They buy off Robert Cook by saying, hey, if you want your kids to go to Harvard or wherever, you got to go along with this. They buy off Gary Gensler by saying, hey, dweeb, if you want to be the head of the Treasury, just go along with this. And they don't need to buy off Ken Griffin. He's already greedy beyond the level of greed of even Goldman Sachs. It's not going to stop, Donna. And if you don't want to be in a company that has the trust of the Chinese government, and it has 6, 7, or 8 avenues to success, but they're not going to blow it. They're not going to speed things up and make a mistake. They are not going to pre-announce things and blow their relationship with Xi Jinping and his counselors. So Donna, if you can't stand it, I can't tell you what to do. You can sell calls against it, but as soon as you cover your whole position, the stock will run. So you have to do that on the margin. If you can't stand the fact that Finger's down 10 cents at 269, and you can't recognize that I used to get level 2. Now I get market depth down to 4 levels, but you can't recognize that the 268 to 270, the 267 to 270, 266 to 272. Actually, that's pretty tight spread. But you can't recognize that there's spoofing. They meet by chance. They cross 500,000 shares to get away from settlement requirements. That's what you have Ham for. And you can rely on his reading of the trading, or just, I hate to say it. It's hard to borrow. It's on the NASDAQ, which Adina Friedman does an absolutely piss poor job of protecting CEOs or investors. But she gets invited to the cocktail parties and dinners with Carlyle Group. She's a sweetheart. But she's She's in with Gary Gensler, another beauty. Earnings date July 12th. I don't know what else to tell you, Donna. There's a report out. There's a research report out by Benchmark that's a year old, and I probably won't be able to find it right away. But Benchmark, who's part of the daisy chain to cheat CEOs, Benchmark put out a report by two analysts, Ji Junling and somebody, Wen or Wong. And they, a year ago, said their price target was $5 a share. If you can't accept that analysts view it as high, $5 a share, it's not investing, Donna. It's just creating worry. And you shouldn't worry. You really shouldn't worry. I think if you sold your finger motion here and bought physical silver, you'll get the same rate of return. But your expectations won't be as high, because your expectations are for any day. Is it going to go up? No, it's not. But let me, it was Fong Jiang and Long Lin, finger motion, Benchmark, initiating coverage for $5. It says in here, valuation. Our price target of $5 represents 1.6 times this year's revenue estimate. The multiple is in line with our China Internet group. We acknowledge that the company deserves a higher multiple considering its hyper growth profile against this peer group. But we decided to take a discount to adjust for the higher risk profile. This is a year ago. Mainly execution risks, early stage. As the company proves its track record on execution and shows a healthy revenue mix from higher quality segments, mainly from big data and value-added services, we are expecting a meaningful re-rating opportunity. Well, do you think they're going to re-rate it downward? In particular, as we mentioned earlier, finger motion is expected to break even last year and turn profitable this year. We view these events as potential catalysts for the stock. Anyway, that's my spiel on finger. That is my spiel. And I'm going to stick by it. I am going to stick by it. All right. Let's go back up to Donna. Oh, good. I'm glad you didn't sell. I'll let Ham talk about it, but I'll let you in on a secret that Ham will talk about. RW. Apparently, Trump might mention this whole short selling disaster Friday in a speech. The volume is low on Finger the last couple of days. Yeah. I take that as a very positive sign. But Donna, the markets no longer are predictive. Trading is not predictive except in the very short term. Because Goldman Sachs controls the government and the markets. When you can flood the market with endless non-existent shares, it just, selling never dries up. But it used to be, Donna, that if a stock, you saw after a period of a lot of volume, you saw the volume drop for a while. It used to mean things were going to turn around. And that was pretty powerful. For example, if a stock's going down on volume and the volume is much, it dries up, it means that the selling was tired. They ran out of shares to sell. But in Gary Gensler's markets, in Adina Friedman's NASDAQ, the shares to sell never runs out. They never run out of shares to sell. They have only one goal: destroy the denominator. Make sure that any good news for the company destroys the shareholders' value. No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, it's a good stock. It's a good stock. Donna, I just went through my riff on it. It's very hot here too. Just remember that. Somebody asked about the film. Apparently, I went down. It cost me tens of $1,000s in trading. I went down to be interviewed on the Friday. I was getting phone calls. Where are you? 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 Are you dead? Are you going to be there? Are you going to be there? Are you going to be there? So I went down. Then I had to wait at a coffee shop. Then they came. The squad came. They took films of me. They did an interview of me. We went over to the SEC. We were there. I was interviewed for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, plus the time to set up. Then we went to the SEC. That was about an hour. Then I said, look, I'll buy you lunch. I didn't get back to my life until about 4:15 on the Friday. And Finger Motion had collapsed. So I took a huge hit doing that. Otherwise, I would have been sitting there. And then on Monday, my brokerage firm further caused damage. So Jagoff notes, I went down and interviewed for that film. And it involved at least 5 people that were there, maybe 6. It was a lot of effort. They went from DC, they went down to Georgia, they went up to New York, they went out somewhere else. They've been working their ass off. They're a great team. But the film hasn't come out yet, and you're boo-hoo. Jagoff, how much did you contribute? Let me know. I'll send you a check. The film will come. The last thing I heard is they need more. It's not long enough. They need more. Maybe they want to cut me out of it. So they have to replace the interview with me. I don't know.
right, let's see. The big caps I would look at, I hesitate to say this, but I think if you could buy an index or an ETF of semiconductor stocks, it might make sense. But I think NVIDIA is so extended. But the big caps I would look at are in the oil and gas space and in the commodity space. So Freeport, McMoran, uh, um, Newmont Mining, Barrick Gold, Chevron, Oxy Petroleum. I like APA, but I think it was bought out, or they bought somebody out. I would look in those areas. If you don't want to get into commodities, I would go into sort of the defensive plays. But I think over the next 3 months or longer, the stock market is going to soar. It's just there's going to be a panic rush to buy the stock market. And then it'll be all over at some point. I don't know if it'll be 3 months, 9 months, longer. But when it's over, there'll be a rotation out of the high flyers into defensive stocks like maybe Costco or, you know, what do you call it? I can't think of any that are trading anymore. But, drugstores and grocery stores, those kind of things, Johnson and Johnson, those kind of names. And I really think speculatively, and that's not a big cap, but it could be, is DJT, I think, is going to go to $100. Yeah, I can talk about it more. I found a book that I read a while ago, and problem is I don't remember. When you read it a while ago, you don't remember everything about it. But let me see if there's anything in here on platinum. No. So this was this book is written by Michael Maloney. There's a foreword from the Rich Dad. I really like Michael Maloney. I trust him. I've never met him or spoken with him. But this is now an old book, which, kind of like with Finger or with any of these stocks, just because it's taken a long time for these predictions to come out, doesn't mean it's going to take a whole lot longer. But let me look at this chart. This is so old. It's 2010. But look at the top chart. The top chart is the Dow Jones in dollars. Look at the bottom chart, the Dow Jones in gold. Look at the third chart, the Dow Jones in commodities. It's a different way of thinking. I want to, if it's short, I want to read to you, Bottles, about the manipulation of the silver market. And I think you can make as much money in silver when it breaks, but it hasn't broken yet, as you can in any short squeeze stock. I think silver is highly manipulated, and silver is eventually, all right. He's such a good teacher. He takes time to explain everything. All right, let me just read one paragraph, Bottles. This is page 133 of the Guide to Investing in Gold and Silver. But it's it's over a decade old. The coming silver boom, given the dire economic circumstances we've been talking about, and it all got delayed. You already know that the US currency is doomed. And if I've done my job, you are also convinced that the next big transfer of wealth will come from the precious metals and commodities area. I am certain that one of the biggest catalysts for growth in precious metals will come from silver. Indeed, I think we are on the verge of the greatest silver boom in history. As the dollar continues to collapse, big investors will first turn toward gold. And that's why I keep mentioning gold, because they will, as he says here, they will dramatically drive up the price of gold. By the time the public catches on, gold will look pretty expensive to the public. Everybody will start hearing about silver being rarer than gold. In a frenzy, people will dive into silver just as the stockpiles are practically diminished and production has practically stopped. That's when silver prices will explode. Well, anyway, Bottles, I can talk more about it, but let me look at other questions. And when Ham comes on, maybe afterwards we can look at this and a couple of other sources. But I really do think you're right. We need to focus on gold, silver, platinum, land, oil, and other physical assets. I've been thinking a lot about land and real estate in terms of a declining population. I didn't read to you, Bottles. There's a study out there as a result of something I can't talk about. And we all must follow the science, but as a an unintended consequence of that, there may be a decline in population sooner than we think. Oh, absolutely. Good women, you can leave the good women part off. Women are the foundation of society. And society goes the direction women direct it, in my opinion. There you go, Chris. You're pretty smart. I sat at a conference on peak oil. Bianca Jagger was there. I met her. She gave me her number. but she looked like yesterday's paper. And I said to her, who wants yesterday's paper? Nobody in the world. Her. Anyway, I was sitting next to this very smart analyst, and I forget which firm she was from. And they were talking about how what we need to do is put a satellite or many satellites in space and then collect with a big, a big mirror, collect the sun and beam the sunlight directly to a solar array in Arizona or in the Sahara. And then we could bring all this energy to the planet without burning coal or oil. And I raised my hand. Nobody called on me. And then so I asked the woman next to me, and it goes along with what you said, Chris. I said, well, if we bring all that sunlight from space directly into our deserts or wherever we put the solar arrays, and then into the electric system into our machines and engines, that energy was going to be reflected to space. Most of that energy was going to hit our atmosphere and reflect back to space without staying. But if we start collecting that energy, isn't our planet going to heat up? And she looked at me and she didn't have an answer. I forget. I wish I hadn't lost touch. She was a very smart analyst. I was honored to sit next to her. Chris, you're a pretty sharp guy. You're very smart. Fertility rates are a huge impact to whole economies. Yeah. Hey, Lion, if you want to keep talking about GTII and finger, I find it boring, but we can get back to it. Well, that's not true. That's not true. Not with abortion, you're right. That's a good question. That's a good question. That's true, Dwight. There's a puppy dog that needs a big hug. That's an interesting idea. Keep them dumb, keeping them in the kitchen is what I'm getting. Well, I don't know. No, let women. I don't. Whatever, Chris. I don't think people are all that happy. I don't really want to have a debate on that. Women have, in almost all measures, in education, doctorates, in almost every measure, they've overtaken men by a long shot in the United States. They even up the salaries for tennis, and I don't know if it's even for basketball yet, but the WNBA is subsidized by the NBA, except now Caitlin Clark is there. But women make a lot of money in fans only or whatever that is. And they make a lot of money in modeling, let's call it. but we don't even that up. But anyway, Chris, it's not about keeping them dumb and in the kitchen. You stay dumb and you go in the kitchen. Problem is, women don't want to marry you if you do that. And it's just, I guess we just have more transition to do where the roles for men can change as well. And because not everybody can get the doctorates. Not everybody can be CEO of a company. CEO of a company usually involves a lot of sacrifice, and there's not that many of those positions. There's plenty of bricklayers and farmers and construction workers and all that, but women don't want to marry those men, at least the ones that have become educated. So I don't know. It's a big experiment, Chris. That's all. It's not about keeping them dumb and in the kitchen. It is about somehow adjusting the roles somehow. But Chris, I'm not making it up. You can go, you're probably younger than I am. I don't know, but the dating game out there is a nightmare. And no, don't keep them dumb. Don't keep them in the kitchen. Maybe what we should do is, I don't know. All I'm pointing out is that and it's a question more than anything else. How do you project, how do you invest your money for the next 50 years or 100 years? For 400 years of the 500 years of the Industrial Revolution and the financial revolution, it was pretty clear. Buy land was a great way to make money. Buy real estate. But can you do that in a time when the population declines? That's the gut of my question. Thank you for joining, Chris. Hey, I love Ronk. I love Ronk. Ronk, I gave your bone away. I always have a bone right here for you, but I think I gave it away. Ronk. I think Ronk deserves a treat. But I can't find Ronk. I don't have my treat for you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess that's what I would say. I'm saying don't buy finger for a squeeze. But I think a squeeze can come. Now, Ham believes completely differently. He thinks there could be a squeeze in a hot minute. Rosa, let's be clear. If Finger were to announce a huge contract, the stock could be $25 in a second, and then it could squeeze. If Jeffrey's got in trouble, if that's the prime broker for Jeff Easton's clients, and they asked for money and they started buying in Finger, that could cause a squeeze. I don't think that'll happen. If what I said exactly, Rosa, was I would buy Finger for it to go to $6, maybe $9. If I can repeat myself, Finger has been trading around $3, as low as $1, sometimes higher, but sort of 1 to 5 back down. They can, and their squeeze point is probably in the $4, maybe high threes. I don't know. But the last data I saw was in the $4 range. Well, as long as the stock price is down here, there's not going to be a squeeze. And Rosa,
if you don't believe that the system gets these squeezes under control, just look at GME, AMC, GTII, HPIL, the whole list of them. They get them under control. And I think Finger's under control right now. So, Rosa, what causes a squeeze is a surprise. They don't settle trades. They don't enforce settlement. They don't enforce violations of collusion, spoofing, research reports that are misleading. They don't enforce market manipulation rules in any way at all. Gary Gensler is disinterested with the over-the-counter markets. Adina Friedman knows which side her butter is breaded. And it's just a fact. It's just a fact. So, Rosa, what they do, Finger went to, I can't remember, in that rally a little over a year ago. And in the space of 10 days, after the Three Musketeers told us to go over to Cosmo, in 3 days, I watched them sell, according to FINRA data. Oh, you can't believe FINRA data. It's only one-sided. Well, why does FINRA report one-sided data? Oh, there's systems in place. Yeah, but why do they report the data as failed to locate, failed to deliver short stock? Well, that doesn't count in when they buy back. Well, you never see the buying back. You don't know. They're good clients. They settle up. Trust us. Well, Rosa, in 10 days, they sold down, and they probably was Jeff Easton's 4 clients. They sold down 100 million shares of Finger. At that time, the short position was rumored to be very small compared to where it is now. So they have it under control. So if you want to worry, and if you want to every day watch something and be obsessed with it, that's one way of investing. And I think that applies to some of these other stocks because they're trades. Finger's a trade maybe. And last year for about 6 months, 5 months, maybe it was 5 months, that was a locomotive. But they finally got it under control. And all I'm saying, Rosa, is the company is making a transition which the boo birds destroy. Crappy Barra destroys with false research like no path to profitability, which is not true. But the attacks, Rosa, come from all sides. They never end. There's no conscience on it. And my view right now of Finger is that it's under control. So I guess I should say how I'm looking at it. I expect it to go to $6, maybe higher. And the two things I see that could cause a squeeze in the short run is a brand new, huge, out of the blue contract or acquisition. What are the odds of that? I'd say 50-50. Why? Because they have the shelf registration still out there. They are working with in the big leagues, and they have the trust of the Chinese government and telecoms. So I give it 50-50. The other big surprise would be if someone enforced the rules somewhere, but I odds 5%. To me, Rosa, if you can set your mind until the market tells you differently or until there's a news story, if you can set your mind that Finger's $3, I'm comfortable with the story. I think it can go to 6, maybe 9 over the summer when it's hot and nobody's investing. That could cause a squeeze, just having the higher prices at a sustained price level. But if you want to worry it every day, I'm not interested. All right, hang on.
Battery 60%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
All right. All right. That's you. You're connected.
All right, so I had a gentleman reach out to me on Twitter, call me a jerk off. I can't make him any money. And, I'm not here to make you money as a broker. I don't get compensated for it. I'm not here for doing that. I'm here to expose naked short selling fraud. It's in GameStop, it's in DJT, OPK, XXII, BUZI, Northwest Bio, CVM. I can't follow them all. There's so many public companies getting robbed. If we don't stop it, everyone will lose everything they ever had, no matter what stock. Because eventually you're going to bump into a stock like KNW, where the chairman's working on diabetes, but he made a crucial mistake and signed a debt spiral note, and now he's dead, which I tried to warn him about. I followed GTII because the company paid off the Kramers. And what happened? The stock exploded to 9, and then Alpine continued to short it, got busted doing it by the DTC, the SEC, and FINRA. There's your proof. I can't enforce it. They belong in jail. The Kramers are part of Alpine. That's their prime broker. We can't enforce it. I showed it. I proved it. It's right there. The DOJ needs to lock them all up. What happened to the 500 million shares they sold? I have no clue. Someone has it. Someone has to clean it up. It could happen tomorrow. It could happen in a second. But the company needs to do something on the fundamental side to light that candle. So hopefully Richard Hoffman can take care of that. I think we've done as much as possible. The guy Lou, who helped push it, squeeze it to $9, has passed away. And if you were following me, the stock was below $1 when we were talking about it, and it squeezed to 9. What do you want me to say? I'm not telling you that I'm the world greatest trader in the world, which I actually think I am. But I'm not in these names. It's hard to beat security fraud. All right, but that's why we're there in GTI. Finger Motion, I bumped into by accident years ago, and they wound up getting attacked, and happens to be Lynn Partners. There was a smaller short years ago. He got blown out, and then we got Lynn Partners jumped into the grave, and now we have them. The company was listed on the NASDAQ, it's done videos, Williams done videos, business, contracts, going positive, cash flow positive soon. And yet they sell it every day. It goes up a nickel, they push it right back down every day. It's the same pattern. The only thing I can think of is that they know the end is near and they're trying to get people to bail out. So I decided to start following time and sales. And that is the lifeline of trading, because you can actually see every trade. Now, I don't know who's doing these trades, but 1 shares, 2 shares, 17, 60 shares, 40 shares, 30 shares all day, the occasional 100 shares. It goes on all day. Those are fraudulent trades back and forth all day long. And all they do it for is the reason to get people to sell. Today, for those not paying attention, I caught them put up a big bid at 270. And I saw them start to walk it down. I told you they were going to do a wash trade. They absolutely did it 3 minutes later, and it's right there. It's very easy to see. The people that are doing this stuff are like third-grade traders. They're just committing fraud. I can't stop it. I reported it to the SEC. I've done everything I could possibly do. The problem with Finger Motion is that it's fundamentally sound. That's their biggest problem. And that's what's going to bite them on the ass here. It's not us doing all this crazy buying. We don't need It'd be great if the institutions came here. Don't get me wrong. That's why GameStop went up. We don't need that. The fundamentals will take over, and that will drive this stock higher. That's just the way it goes. There's nothing. The math is against the short sellers here. They box themselves in. The company doesn't need funds to keep going, and it's very different stock. And that's that. I reported on GameStop again when it was up. Who bought the 120 million shares? Not one person has ever spoken up, including Ryan Cohen, telling the world who bought 120 million shares. That is a huge part of the company was sold for cash. Don't get me wrong, you got the money, but who bought them? Are they with us or against us? If no one's reporting that or claimed that they bought them, obviously it's the short sellers that bought it, which turns the stock into a long-term play versus a short-term short squeeze candidate. That's it. Any questions, William?
One person, Rosa, I'm looking right in front of me. She asked, because I was trying to get people not to be so obsessed by the day-to-day on Finger, I suggested look at it as a good short-term trade that might squeeze. So her question is, we shouldn't, am I hearing correctly? We shouldn't expect a squeeze in Finger. What are your thoughts about a squeeze in Finger?
I'm here for the squeeze and finger. The fundamentals are here. The fundamentals will ignite the short squeeze. What day that happens, it could be 2 minutes from now. It could be 2 weeks from now. I don't know. I've been doing this for a long time. You just don't know when they're going to fold. I think the pressure is building, mounting, whatever you want to call it, for Washington, the SEC, the DOJ, to finally start locking these guys up. And if you look at it, okay, because everyone's looking for when is it going to go, but you got to follow all the little things that are going on. The company in India that was under attack from Hindenburg calls it a short and distort. That's what I'm looking for. I reported on that this morning. The DOJ is looking for short and distort. They got Andrew left. They got Hindenburg. We have Capybara. We got whatever that guy's name was at GTII, something White Rock or White something research.
Oh, the poodle guy, Diamond, right. White Diamond.
They're all the same characters. We could become short and distort people if we had the market maker access and able to short all day long, because you could come out and say anything. CEO's a crackhead. You can say whatever you like. CEO was caught with little boys. What's he going to see? He's got to come out. You can say whatever you like, and that's what these guys do, and they do it for money. So I do think the walls are closing in on these guys. These characters are all risking going to jail for life, just like they say in South Korea, for life. Why they're still doing it is because some of these stocks, they're so massive in it, they can't get out. Finger Motion happens to be one of those stocks that they can't get out of. All right, we got one short. It's tied to Lynn Partners. It could be his cousin sitting in Bolivia. Who the hell knows where they are? They're using the market maker exemption. Obviously they have access to the financial system with the market maker exemption. Maybe they're using a firm like Wedbush's. They use their license. I forgot the term, what you call it. I'm blank for a second. But yes, I'm here for the short squeeze. I think William is just trying to calm you down because everybody wants to know if it's tomorrow. It could be. It could be in 30 seconds. I just don't know. There's different times when the stock looks like it's going, and they come in and they bash it down, and we trade 2 million shares and they smash it down. That's the time it should be going. But again, we're fighting criminals. This can't last forever because Finger Motion is a real company, very different than other companies. And as you can see, GTI needs to get the fundamentals to get into the Finger Motion path 666 to win. Yeah.
You didn't brag on yourself, but I think you gave really good advice to make money on with DJT. And you told me something this morning, which I kind of let the cat out of the bag on. But do you feel like you want to talk about what Donald Trump might do Friday?
Yes, I'm hearing through the Devin Nunes camp that he will speak something about naked short selling at his rally. I forgot where the hell it is, in Virginia, someplace like that. I can't remember where. So listen, Donald Trump has everything to gain and nothing to lose here. His stock is under attack. He's a majority holder. Why wouldn't he say something? And I believe he's going to say something before the election. So why not this Friday? Because why did the stock take off today, right? The shorts were beating the shit out of it. They knocked it down to 26. I did tell William, I know people that bought the 30 calls, okay, sold them, and now moving into the 40 calls. So they made profit, put half of it, let's say they made $1,000. They put 500 in their pocket, profit, got all their money off the table, and using the other $500 profit to buy another option series, the 40s, in case it continues going. That's a cheap way to play it. No risk. They took the risk already. It's off the table, and that's what they did.
So,
but I'm not going to brag about it. If you don't understand it, I apologize. I try to teach you to keep. It's called rolling up your position. Go from an option that was cheap, it's now profitable. You take that profit. When the stock ran to 36, you should have made a nice payday. And then you turn around and you buy the 40 calls for half of the price.
I mean, I'm guessing, but you might have been able to buy calls for this Friday at 50 cents. So you buy 10, $500. It's worth $6,000. You sell them and you put $1,000 in next week's at 35. And the rest you take home and you spend. I'm not as good at it as him is, but he's teaching you that. And you know, people get all upset on one stock, but that right there is $6,000 you could have made.
I am not playing the equity markets myself.
I know you're not.
I'm telling you, trying to educate you how to do it. And if Dumbo Roaring Kitty knew how to do anything, he would have did the same thing and would have been sitting on Easy Street. Instead, now he's waiting. Now he became Fidelity Management. He's all of a sudden a Vanguard. We all know GameStop has $4 billion. But Wall Street's a funny thing. Now they say they have 4,000 job openings, right?
Right.
So they're going to pay 4,000 people a salary to do what? They're not going to generate returns in 1 hour. How long are they going to pay those 4,000 people? How much is it going to cost to pay those 4,000 people? Those 4,000 people are whatever they're going to be working on. Is it going to be profitable? Maybe it's going to be a failure. You don't know. So Wall Street likes to look at it saying, okay, you got the money now, big mouth. Now build a company. Very different.
So pork loin, if you kill the shorts, will that be called homicide?
Good one, Richard. Good one.
Bear says you have to kill them first.
Oh, really? Thank you. Thank you for that. How about you kill them and I sit back and watch it? You want to do that? Want to switch spots?
Yeah.
You know, you think I like doing this every day? I've been doing this a long time, and there's no rewards. People scold me. I didn't make you money, but you know what? There's been times when the stock squeezed. I'm not in your pocket. Say, hey, I made you money. Start paying me. I'm not here for that.
So one thing I said to everybody is I would look at Finger. It's $3. It's going to 6, maybe 9, and it might take 3 months, 6 months. Who knows? But once the earnings are clearly positive, it's going to be a higher price. That's when you could see the squeeze, or sooner. I gave a couple of reasons. But anyway, somebody's asking again what you think as opposed to me.
Listen, everyone has an opinion. All right.
Yeah.
I am here for the short squeeze. And William is trying to say, hey, people, relax. We don't know what day it's going to happen. That's what he's telling you. I'm the opposite, saying, hey, DJT is doing everything they can to expose this, the most powerful man in the world. And I believe it's going to happen sooner because of Donald Trump. That's my belief. Now, do I think, could I be wrong? Yes, but I think Donald Trump's a pretty smart guy. And he can see that GameStop got $4 billion with his sticking around with his finger up his ass. He got $4 billion with a company, no company. Why not? Why can't we do it? And I think he knows they have him trapped now. And I think he wants a piece of that pie. Like Finger Motion wants a piece of that pie. GT, every company wants it.
Yeah.
And it's right there. And you've got the most powerful man in the world. And guess what? Donald Trump is not just going to talk about DJT. He's going to talk about all the stocks. So find whatever stock you think is going to make it work and go pick it. If you think it's GameStop, go knock yourself out. AMC, go knock yourself out. Those companies, to me, have covered the shorts.
Well, it's under 24 now that you mention it.
Listen,
GME.
I feel bad for the people that are in it, that ran into the hype, but the company sold out. The company took in, sold 120 million shares of stock.
Right.
Not 20 million, 120 million.
Right.
The first tranche of money he took in, because now he's got the company loaded with cash. The second one was to put to bed the short squeeze. That was under instruction by the SEC, is my belief.
Yeah.
And the next day, after he covered the shorts, the next day, his lawsuit by the SEC against Ryan Cohen was dropped. And that was in the Bed Bath & Beyond case where he hyped the stock from $2, went to $34. He sold it, and everybody was left holding the bag. Maybe that's why Rory Kitty didn't sell his stock. But he had no idea Ryan Cohen was going to settle, because he could have done the same thing.
Yeah, I'm looking for questions. I don't see any.
Listen, we're here to educate you. If you don't want the education, I don't care if there's one person here, 1,000 people, or 5,000. Education. Tonight, West Christian is going on. Ask him.
I forgot to remind you guys that at 6 p.m., West Christian is being interviewed by Junk Savvy on her space. So make sure you tune in.
I posted to her this morning. I have one question for Wes. Where is the FBI and DOJ? Where do they stand? Wes had a top FBI agent used to work in his firm. I forgot his name. I can't remember his name. And, what's going on? He had the connections to the FBI, DOJ. Where do they stand? Ask him.
Yeah. So,
Wes was representing MULN. He's representing, what other companies? Northwest Bio. Ask him about those cases. Listen, this is about fraud. We keep telling you, I can't stop the goddamn thing. But at least I could tell you about it, because guess what? Your neighbor one day is going to come up with an idea. The public company is going to tell you about it, confidence, and you're going to pile in and put your whole family into it and say, this is the greatest thing ever. And guess what? Our neighbor's the CEO. And all of a sudden, he's going to get attacked by the naked shorts. You're going to get wiped out. Trust me, it happens all the time. And those are the most damaging, because you think you got the scoop and you get hammered.
I don't know if Dave is listening, but a Texas logistics company with 500 truck drivers abruptly ceases operations. 2,000 truck drivers. There's a guy, he's really good, nice guy. He's a truck driver, and he just warns as he drives. When I was in Texas, my Uber guy was a truck driver. He told me that jobs are just gone. It used to be you'd drive, they'd call you. Now you have to wait in line to try to get a load.
Listen, I'm not getting involved with the government what they're doing to destroying the country. That's a different fight. I don't have the energy to do that battle. If we're doing that battle and getting your gun, then let's go to battle. Wherever we got to fight, let's get it over with. But again, this is a different battle. I posted, for those who don't follow me on Twitter, this weekend there was concern about counterfeit airbags going into cars. Counterfeit. There's that word again. Counterfeit airbags, counterfeit Louis Vuitton, counterfeit cigars, counterfeit Super Bowl tickets, counterfeit whatever. But when you say counterfeit stocks, no one talks about it. I don't understand it. These guys are just making up shares. It's called a counterfeit when you make them up. They don't have no right to do it. They're not registered the shares. The company gets no money from it. And yet, what are they? They're not a naked short. It's called a counterfeit. Wall Street gave it a name, naked short, so you guys can all get confused. It's a counterfeit share. That's it. Don't fall for the nonsense. It's a counterfeit share. That's what it is. And I've been fighting this, and I put my friend on Twitter from 2006 at the protest that I had in Times Square outside the NASDAQ. Wall Street caught counterfeiting. I said it in 2006. It's 2024, soon to be 2025. And you'll say, well, it's July. It goes by fast time. Trust me. And if you think I want to sit here and waste my time and have people try to piss on me, go fuck yourself. If you don't like it, get out of here. I don't give a shit. Sorry about that, William, but
It's all right. I mean, it's hot out. You're expressing.
I'm not, the heat doesn't bother me. I'm just telling you the truth that if you don't care, don't want to learn, I got it. The fight ain't for everybody. There's fighters in this world, and there's people that like to watch and have no interest. They just want to win. We want to win. We don't care what goes on here. Well, winning isn't easy. If it was that easy, everybody'd be winning. It's not that easy. Pick your pants up and fight. If you want to see fighters, go look at MMTLP. You know what? Those 4 people have been fighting, and they've come back from, they don't even have anything that's trading, and they're breaking down the doors. Think about that. That's fighting. We got stocks that are trading that could pop at any time. You could break even, make some money, and get the hell out. And you don't want to fight. I can't fight for you. I'm not here. It's not my life I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for my life. Excuse me. If you want to join in and fight for yours, come on board. We don't ask you anything. Just retweet it, spread the word, be careful. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. My friends in GTI locked up 40 million shares of stock to get that lawsuit going with Richard, not legal advice. They locked up their shares. If the stock goes tomorrow, they can't sell it because they're part of the lawsuit to help everybody else out. Richard Hoffman came from outer space, stepped into this fight, understood it, and now he's helping expose companies that are not doing the right thing, helping the shareholders out. What else do you want us to do? These are not even our companies. We put the truck in front of the SEC 15 times. And the last time, thanks to the shareholders all kicking in, we were able to afford it and put it out there. I don't know, Wade. What else?
There's no other questions. We can call it early and then reconvene at 6 o'clock, I guess. There aren't.
I'm looking
really...
at it, I posted on Twitter, DJT. The story should be DJT up 7, still down 20 something from the bear raid. That's what the Wall Street Journal should be writing. Who initiated the bear raid? All right. The stock only rallies back 6 or 7. I told you, William, that's why they attacked the stocks, because when they rally back, They want investors to dump it. That's why.
Right.
And the story is going to read DJT soars. Like, what are you still doing here, you idiot? That's what they write. I posted about KNW. CEO signed a deal with Lynn Partners, a toxic debt spiral note. I posted it 50 times. The stock was 90 cents. It's 46 today.
Yeah.
What do you think Lynn Partners is doing? They're selling all they can because they get to convert at a percentage, a discount whenever they want. So if the stock closes at 20 cents, then they take the discount off of that and then they convert. Let's say it's a dime. So imagine selling all you can at 46 cents and buying it back at 10 cents. It's free money. Only they're not going to do it at 10 cents. They're going to keep marching until it's a penny. What else?
Boeing to face criminal charges? It's up. Oh, it's up.
That's a Boeing that can face criminal charges. No problem. Wait until, why can't they say that for Wall Street? See how many companies and people have died, heart attacks, stress, lost all their money, lost their homes. Same damage as Boeing. Boeing's a very important industry, but it's the same thing. They destroy people's lives. Chairman of Goldman, JP Morgan, Jeffries, all of these characters. Lynn Partners, the Kramers, they all belong in jail. Watch what a good market it would be instead of just NVIDIA every day going up, right? The market goes up every day. It's up $300. And we all look around saying, hey, my stock's not up. That's what everybody says to me every day. What about my stock? Go buy NVIDIA. Go buy those stocks. That's it.
I can't even make up a question.
Well, as long as I recapped everything that you think I should recap, then we're okay.
I think you did.
It's the same stuff every day. West Christian, 6 o'clock. You got a complaint, call the SEC whistleblower line. It's right there. We've called. Williams got videos standing in front of the SEC. Criminals don't do that. Criminals don't call the police. They run from the police. You don't see the Kramers calling the police. Lynn Partners, Savvy Management. You don't see those guys calling the police. We called the police. Very different situation. We're calling the police because we see the crime. Those guys don't call the police because they're the criminals.
Makes sense.
We went to the SEC enforcement conference. I didn't see the Kramers there. I didn't see Lynn Partners there. Right? There's no one there.
Right.
Anyway, I'm as disgusted as you, but should I quit, throw in my hat and say, well, I didn't make any money and go cry? Or I'm going to keep fighting? Because I have kids and I have a grandchild right now, and I don't quit. Right? It's just how I play sports. I don't quit. I'm going to bite your leg until I get what I want back. That's what I'm going to do. If you don't want to be part of it, I got it. It's not for everybody. All right? If I was a Marine, I have no fear of fighting. But I'm not.
Djokovic is 2 weeks after his operation. He's going to play Wimbledon, maybe. So he's a fighter.
He's the heart of a lion. He's a fighter. You do it in sports. And I just wanted to let people know, and in sports, do you know how hard it is to compete against young athletes?
I know.
Because, as you get older,
that's like dating. It's very hard to compete against the young.
And last night in the men's 400, I think it was the 440, it was a 16-year-old kid, a high school kid, competing to go to the Olympics. Go watch the race. He's half the size of the men. These men look like football players, built like Hercules. And this small kid was running out there with them. Go watch that race. It's just amazing. Right. And that just shows you how when you get young and you got this talent, it just weighs on the older people. It just breaks their backs. I'm sure after that race, anyone that kid beat, those four guys who were top guys in college, whatever, they won't race again because that just shows them that they can't beat that kid.
Yeah.
And that's what we're here. Let's break the back of the shorts. Let's break their backs and see what happens. Because once we get the power, we can run them to death, all of them. We'll run them right over. That's what Roaring Kitty should have done. But instead, he stood there and held on to his stock. He should have sold it, took the money, and bought stakes in other company. He would have been a hero then. Now
It's hard to know when to sell.
I would believe me, if I had 9 million shares of stock up $50, you don't have to ring my doorbell to tell me to sell. I can tell you that.
You've had
Think
training.
about being up. Think about being up every dollar, $9 million. Every dollar. What was he waiting for? To go up another 50 cents? Idiot. And where is the price of GME right now? 23.75, 24? That's what he paid for it. All his profits are gone. Why does he have to stay here and invest in this company forever? He doesn't have to do it. It's not his company. Instead, he's taking this liability on now, and now he has to sit here. He's not everyone's gatekeeper. Do whatever you have to do. If he's Roaring Kitty, get the fuck out. Move on. If it runs 2 or 3 points, make yourself $18 million and go enjoy your life. Pay your taxes and go enjoy your life. That's my advice to him. The government, and he's just got to come out there and just say the same thing. You know what? Take the $18 million, put a billboard truck in front of the SEC every day until they can't stand it anymore. He can afford it then. That's what he should do. That's what Ryan Cohen should do. Ryan Cohen should take stakes in small companies. He should take a stake in DJT, by the way. Help break that stock. Get the most powerful man on your side. But yet you see nobody stand up. Anyway, I'm tired of preaching. I'm not a preacher. I'm here to try to expose crime.
No, you
That's it.
certainly aren't.
So anyway, listen, have a
Thank
great
you
day.
very much.
All right, everybody.
Appreciate it. Bye. You
bet.
tell him, Ham, KYP says.
Call ended.
All right, I'm going to answer your question on NextBridge, but I want to quickly as possible, go through this Basher's Handbook. The Basher's Handbook reprinted. It was November of 2011. Sorry. Is it scarier? Is it easier to scare people into selling than it is to scare people into buying? Yes. All right, that's the first page. A second page, lesson 1. Bashers never bash a bad stock. Lesson 2. Bashers always bring up old news that you have heard many times before. Lesson 3. Bashers post many times a day. And remember, I have to remember, resist using their name. Lesson 4. Bashers will lie to your face. Never trust a basher. Bashers want to whisper in your ear, plant a seed of doubt. Lesson 5. Bashers know you can't verify their statements. Lesson 6. Bashers play on your lack of knowledge. Lesson 7. Bashers play on your lack of patience. Bashers can get to you because you're tired of waiting for your gain. Yeah, makes sense. Lesson 8, bring the stock price down. That is the basher's job. The truth is not important. Lies are the norm. Do not underestimate a basher's influence on a stock. Rules for successful bashing. Be anonymous. 10% fact, 90% suggestion. Number 3, build a rapport and a support base before initiating your bashing. 4, enter with humor
and reply to all who reply to you. 5, use multiple identities. 6, use 2 or more alias to stimulate conversation. Do not start with an all-out slam of the stock. Build softly. 8, identify your foes, the longs, and the board's guru. Use them to your advantage. Lead them. Do not follow their lead. 9, only bash until the tide or the momentum turns. Let the doubt carry it the rest of the way. 10, give the appearance of being open-minded. 11, be bold in your statements. People follow strength. 12, write headlines in caps with catchy statements. 13, pour it on as your position gains momentum. 14, don't worry about being labeled a basher. Newbies don't know your history. 15, when identified, put up a brief fight, then back off. Kill the dreams of profits, not the company or the stock. Do not lie, name call, or use profanity. Encourage people to call the company. 99% won't. They'll take your word for the claims. Discourage people from believing press releases. Encourage them to call the company. They won't out of laziness. Constantly point to previous negative PRs. If the price rises, blame it on hype. If other posters share your concerns, play on that. Always cite low volume, even when it's not. Bait longs into personal debates by putting their focus and efforts on you, not the stock or facts. Divert their attention from facts. Promote other stocks. Professional bashers are paid. When you reply to a basher, you give them the opportunity to earn $5 to $7. The service agreement they enter into with their employer states their messages will be monitored for content, profanity, lies, but overseers and the like don't have the time to check all their messages. Only occasional spot checks are done. Never engage a basher. All right, let's leave that there. All right, now I want to go back to this MMTLP question. It's good to know that bottles can think. If there's a settlement with MMTLP, do the people with Nextbridge shares get the money and to keep their shares? Well, these are shorter questions than you want. The answer is, will people get to keep all of the money and their shares? Probably not. But I think you'll have a choice. I believe it's almost a certainty. You'll have a choice to take the money or keep your shares. If I don't make it up, the problem with a settlement, it's so vague. What do you mean by settlement? Not you. I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying, what does that mean? And where does it come from and when? And who pays for the lawsuit? Who pays for the campaign? But I mean, just make it up. Let's say the system, let's not go with my high numbers. Let's go with a low number. Let's say they offer a settlement at $50 and they call you up and they say, or they give you notice of it. We offer to buy back every share of MMTLP, which does not exist, for at $50. One price, one settlement. If you don't take it, the class, see, that's the problem, AP. I'm creating a settlement that you just can't create. But anyway, say it's $50. If you don't take it, you get zero. Because the whole class has approved it. Congress is overseeing it. It's so hard to make up a hypothetical. So anyway, if you own shares of NextBridge, I'm sure you'll be given the option to turn those shares in for $50. And if it's a case of getting a release from everybody on MMTLP, they'll get their $50. All right, that's one example. What if another example is that, let's stick with that one, that Congress has decided to mandate that anybody who owns MMTLP is owed $50. But then how? When and how? Is it $50 cash? Or could it be that your brokerage fee firm can offer you a discount on commission or a discount on fees? We've decided to waive your 401k's fees this year. Well, that's not cash. And then you sign. So it could be very disappointing. Or let's say this. Let's say, and I'm using low numbers on purpose. I'm not saying that it's going to be these low numbers. As you know, I have a high number for settlement. But let's say the Congress mandates that they have to buy back all the MMTL at $50. But in addition, they have to pay investors $25 for pain and suffering or something, and they have to pay $25 to the lawyers. So call it $100 settlement. $50 to buy back MMTLP, $25 for pain and suffering, $25 to the lawyers. In that case, AP, I believe you will be able to keep your shares. You're not going to get a benefit of the lawyers being paid, but you can keep your shares and get the $25 pain and suffering. I think it's unrealistic to believe that you're both going to get money for the fact that MMTLP is fake, and you're going to get money in lieu of the fakeness. You're going to get it to represent what the shares are worth and keep your shares. I don't think that's going to be possible. The rest of the lawsuits and settlements and all that, I think you're entitled to. And if you heard in my example right now, I think I'm being low on the number, but I think they're going to start with a low number. And also, AP, I did a video. I listened to Bird Lady Roller Pigeons on Saturday, I think. She did a video a couple weeks ago, and she does a pretty logical flow through of events and gives a roadmap for what to look out for. And she was talking about the 40 million share offering from Roth Capital. I don't know if those were her words. Anyway, I looked it up. And my printer, I don't know, I can't make it work right now. So I tried to print it out. I don't have it, but you can look it up. Roth Capital,
was engaged about a year ago. And I think longer. I think they knew of Torchlight much longer. I happen to know and consider myself a friend of Alex Montano, who is their investment banker, unless he's retired. But he's younger than I am, so I don't think he's retired. I haven't called him on this, although I have half a mind to. Anyway, they made some amendments. One amendment I noticed, just not for nothing, is they added 50 million preferred shares. And I wonder, but they may not use it. But if they were to raise money with preferred shares, that would not help the shorts at all, which would be interesting. But anyway, if they sell 40 million shares of common stock under that offering, what she mentioned is that Nextbridge, I'm trying to remember her exact words, but I think Nextbridge had just done their financials for last year for the third quarter, I think. But they need to finish up some financials. What I noticed is Nextbridge used that discredited accounting firm, Borders. And I would imagine that Nextbridge, they hired a new group. That new group takes some time to get up to speed. So anyway, maybe, just maybe, and they settled that lawsuit with Cordex. So just maybe they're going to do an offering, AP. And I used in my example, let's say they did it at $7.50. They could do it $10, $12, $21, $15, $5. I don't know. I'm just picking a number. At $7.50, that's a $300 million raise. So AP, if they did that, obviously that would give you a pretty good indication, at least for that snapshot, what your shares were worth. However, they would then get about drilling, their capex would be paid for. They could drill, keep their leases, expand their leases, maybe start drilling more in the shallow and producing the Johnson prospect. It would just open doors you can't believe. They could probably borrow against production to further develop. And all of a sudden, you've got a cash flow growing machine. And the criminals would be just caught. Wacko. And imagine if 300 million, or let's say they do it at $10 a share, 400 million, or say they do it at $20 a share, 800 million, or 600 million, whatever the hundreds of millions are. I guess I should throw in $5. That would be 200 million. But just assume whether it's 200 million or $500 million, assume that they start with what their capex, what their capital expenditure plan for this year, next year, maybe a third year is. Maybe they start with that number and work backward. And so just assume they have 18 months, 2 years of capex. I don't know if that's I'm making a complete hypothetical, but then they can drill, they can prove up their reserves, they can start making distributions as in the form of a dividend. And then AP, I really don't want Nextbridge to trade, because I think the system is so many steps ahead of us, and they corrupt everybody from lawyers to Wall Street players to investment bankers to IR guys. They corrupt everybody. So I would just rather that Nextbridge were kept safe as a private company. But anyway, my point is, AP, what if they don't need capital, and as they deploy it, they turn it into positive
massive if their capex is paid for 2 years or 3 years. They turn it into huge cash flows. They never need to go to the market again. Well, then you can trade probably, because you're not, it doesn't matter if the shorts sell off your stock. You've got cash flow numbers, and oil and gas is pretty simple when you get down to it. The metric used in oil and gas, they don't go into EBITDA crap. They don't go alpha this, delta that crap. They don't go even into earnings per se. Dividends probably matter, but what they look at is cash flow. And it becomes just it's a metric. Now, of course, you've got to adjust your analysis. Is this a mature company or is this an early stage company? All of that. But cash flow is king. And once they have cash flow, and they haven't just, the criminals want to destroy the denominator. And that's why they shouldn't trade, in my opinion. But if they can get their capex paid for with only 300 million shares outstanding, and they just, to me, the thing McCabe has to do, he's got to be so tight, so parsimonious on the number of shares that are outstanding and remain a private company. And then as he grows those numbers, he's going to catch those sons of bees out, and it's going to be amazing. And if he ever decides to float, maybe the New York Stock Exchange, maybe he comes out at hundreds of dollars a share with cash flow per share and a dividend. Those criminals are going to be so caught. It's going to be like I don't know what example to give. I don't want to give a war example. It's going to be like it's going to be a show. It's going to be a show. But AP, if people move their shares, the value of NextBridge is probably down here. And this is probably over a decade. Torchlight was worth, I always confuse it a little bit with Wayland, but I think Torchlight was trading in the teens, but then it was 10, then it was 8, then it was 7, then it was 6, then it was 5. And I owned a lot and had a lot of investors in it. But anyway, their money raises broadly and trading, I would say we could use $1 to $5 because that's what the research reports I read to you the other day. But if they're raising money right now, and they have to do it here, that's a bad, on this S curve, if they have to do it here, let me get a different pen. This one is awful. This one has no ink left. I think it might be the one I used the other day. But anyway, if they have to do it here to raise money now here, whatever the price is, what I think you have to focus on, if they do it, I don't know. I'm getting this idea from Bird Lady. But what you have to realize is capital deployed now is going to prove up, theoretically, it's going to prove up the reserves of the Oro Grande. So no matter what per share price is here, as they get about drilling 5 wells this year, paying for the 5-year lease extension, and then ramping up drilling next year, all of a sudden, you've got a price that's up here. Doesn't matter this price. In 18 months, you got a price up here. And then the question is, does the value then turn arithmetic? But what's ahead of you is value creation that's on an algorithmic ratio, on a hockey stick type ratio. That's what's ahead of us in NextBridge. And it's exciting. It's really exciting. So my point, AP, is I think NextBridge is going to move forward with developing their what might be the largest onshore discovery in the last 30, 40 years. They're going to move forward. They're not going to wait for a settlement. They're not going to wait for Congress. They're not going to wait for law suits. Why? Because they can control their own. They're not victims then. They're their own agents. And that's what's going to catch everybody out. And AP, if I had to guess, the settlement that you're referring to, by the time the lawyers are done proving how smart they are to other lawyers and earning their fees, by the time Congress is reelected or not elected, it could be 18 more months before there's a settlement. And the thing that will really catch out the system is if we help Greg McCabe, and I think one of the things we each can do is move our shares to NextBridge so he knows his cap table, he knows his investors, and he can show Congress. The best thing for us is if he can turn. I mean, let me just pick a number. If he can get cash flows to, I don't know. It's not. It's not fair of me to come up with a. I don't know if it's possible, but if he got cash flows at $1 billion or $1.5 billion, or the prediction of it, you could have a stock on the conservative side trade at 7 or 8 times cash flow, and you've got a $25 stock. And that's ignoring settlement and everything else, and that's trying to be conservative. AP, I've become much more, now that time has gone by on MMTLP, I think one of the goals of time is to get everybody's expectations lower. And I've kind of lowered my targets that I expect quite a bit, just to be realistic. Finally, AP, I meant to bring up, but if you own NextBridge, just to turn your, you're talking about a settlement, which I'm not sure what it means. But if you own NextBridge, and what if NextBridge does raise $300 million at $7.50 a share, and they only need 250 million of it? What if they make an offer to buy 10 million shares at $5? $50 million. Or what if they did a Dutch auction where they offered to buy $50 million of stock, and they do it from $1 to $25. And you get a chance to put in your bid or your offer. And I guess it would be your bid. They're making I don't know, whatever the word is. So you put in, you don't want to sell at $1, you don't want to sell at $5, but maybe you want to sell a few, 10,000, 1,000 shares at $25. Well, it may not get there, but if it does, you as a shareholder of NextBridge have access to a payout that people at MMTLP won't have. So that's one thing. He could buy back shares just to clean up his base and get some of the ornery people, the people that didn't want to be in it for the long term. A tender offer. The other thing he could do, if he had $50 million extra, I don't see. But anyway, he could pay a dividend. You wouldn't get that in MMTLP. Just to be clear, he's an early stage company, even though it's been around a while. I don't think it makes sense to spend money on dividends. I think he should spend the money on developing the value and going up that hockey stick. But if he paid a dividend, maybe on I don't know, 300 million shares, he paid 15 cents, that would be 45 million. And whether he did it as a one-off or he split it out quarterly, that's something you could earn that you can't as MMTLP. Finally, if he's trading, which I totally don't want him to do, but if for some reason in a year or two, if he started trading NextBridge, and you're still at MMTLP, NextBridge might have a short squeeze. I'm not predicting it, but it might. It could certainly trade higher than the conservative values I'm giving, and you might be able to get out. But only if you have your shares at the transfer agent, because then if it's trading, you can move it to your account, which I hate, because then your brokerage firm will put fake shares in everybody else's account. I just totally am against trading. But my point is, if it trades, you can trade. MMTLP can't, unless the brokerage firms commit fraud and make MMTLP, just like they do it in every other stock, an undelivered trade, and they let you trade it. My point, AP, there's many more ways to get cash out of this situation as a real shareholder of NextBridge than there is waiting for a settlement. And I don't even know the definition of a settlement. Oh my gosh, David, you're so right. The stock market is divorced from economic reality. Let me see. Why would anyone sell their shares $1.25 when they're worth? Well, you wouldn't, John, but there's plenty of people that just want their money back. I hear they come on here all the time. They just want their money back. So you're right, John. If another way to do the Dutch auction would be to do it from $5 to $150, $5 to $200, and then by definition it's a sliding scale. And if most people put in at a lower number, well, it gets done at a lower number. But I agree, John. I don't know what the stock is worth right now, John. Trying to leave emotion out of it, which I have a lot of, and trying to leave out my rose-colored glasses on what is clearly a marketing piece from Torchlight. Because, John, what you have to do, the median amount of barrels they have recoverable, according to the Torchlight presentation, adjusting for 100% ownership, is 5 billion barrels. 5 billion. But to get there, you have to drill. So you need capital to drill. So the first risks that the shorts want the company to fail at are losing their leases and not being able to renew their leases for 5 years. That's their first goal. Then their third goal is to get it trading in any fashion, in my opinion, including blockchain, so they can destroy the cap table if the company needs to turn to the markets to raise money. Well, the company is apparently, according to Bird Lady, considering going to the markets to raise money. So that risk exists. Are they going to just take their orders from the shorts and help the shorts out? And I think that's a risk, because that's what the markets are now. When Roth Capital goes to raise money, it's probably to the shorts, and they don't even know it. They don't even know it. That's just how the markets are. There's no institutional buyers below $10 a share or $7.50. There's certainly no institutional buyers at $5. So it's intriguing. But anyway, John, they have 5 billion. So you got to prove that up. So you're trying to get a value if that's proven up and bring it back to now. But there's this assumption of 2 or 3 steps to get there. So what is it worth now? I mean, the negative side is going to say, well, you really need my money just to hold the leases. If you don't have my money, the leases are going to disappear. If you don't have my money, you're not going to be able to extend the leases. If you don't have my money, you're not going to be able to prove it up. So that's the negative side versus, and where does it settle in? Supply and demand. And the advantage is, I think Alex Montano is really capable at building a book of orders. Very capable. I mean, it's what he's done for 30 years. Secondly, this is a private company. And thirdly, I think there's a lot of buyers who will pay up. So I think we're in a unique situation here where the criminals haven't destroyed the price and the company has to raise money at a value destroying price level. But John, they've announced 40 million shares. If they raise all of it, maybe they won't do this. Maybe a settlement will come in more quickly, but it doesn't look like it. John, realistically, he needs to raise money. He's got to renew his leases and drill and complete 5 wells by the end of the year. I don't know how much they cost. They're probably, to hold the lease, it's probably only 5 vertical wells. But if he wants to make progress on cash flow and get his company on the varsity league field, I think he needs to really He really needs to raise some money here to get going. And anyway, if it's 300 million he's looking for, that's $7.50 a share. If he needs 400 million, that's $10 a share. If he needs, I don't know, 600 million, it's 15. So I think, John, if they do a deal, even though you don't want to sell at that level, I think they will sell shares at a lower level than we expect just to get down the road. And I think it'll be a very positive thing. I'm just making some assumptions. I don't know the order book. My guess is if Alex, I use his name because he's the lead guy in investment banking, but let's use the name of the firm. If Roth Capital has a book already started, order book already started, I bet it's sold out. And it's just a question of adjusting that price upward to where people start dropping out of the order book. And I think they might be surprised at what a high price they get. But I don't see it going above the $20 or $25 level. And you got to get prepared that it'll be a lower number because they want to raise the money and they want to do it quickly and they want to drill up the project. And that's where our reward comes from, John. Well, Lou, you're so old. I'm going to have to call you sir. No, I have mine here, Lou, and I try not to worry it too much. That I think Greg McCabe and his brain trust are definitely not going to be taken advantage of by Wall Street. On the other hand, I think the criminals are so pervasive and they're everywhere and they have lawyers and all that. It may be that whatever deal he does here, if he does one, helps some criminals. Because I don't know, they're chameleons. But you know what? There's a difference between winning in the legal path, and by the way, you rarely win. You rarely get everything you want. Or in the money situation, in the financial side, let's get moving down the road. Let's raise some money. Let's go drill. Let's see what happens. And that's what's exciting. And Lou, you're in a project here that has so much upside. I just think I'm thrilled that I have my shares. I'm absolutely thrilled. I was talking to a guy this weekend who probably when this goes, he won't take my phone call. He has a lot of stock, but he made me feel so puny, not intentionally. He's a great guy, but he made me feel puny because I have such a small position. Because I was stupid. If I had put my money, the same amount of money at work, a few months earlier, I'd have a much larger position. But on the other hand, Lou, I don't know. I sold about trying to remember. I might have sold as much as 5% of my GTII at that time. Something. I just sold a bit to buy in. And now when I look at GTII, this is what I have compared to GTII. I also, as I recommended to you guys at several times, at very low levels, I swapped out GTII for Logic. So we'll see what happens with Logic. but I still have my GTII. So uh, uh, I didn't trade GTII particularly intelligently as one looks back. So I'm glad to have NextBridge because in a way I have a chance in NextBridge, although it'll take time. I have a chance to see it, you know. Lou, I used the example of Oxy Petroleum. Oxy was as you know, it was Arm and Hammer, but Oxy has had ups and downs over its time. Its biggest oil position, I believe, they were in the Soviet Union, in Russia before it became the Soviet Union. Then they were still there. But I think, if I remember my history, that got nationalized. But I think they had a big play with the Black Prince and one of the Hunt brothers in Libya. That's to my memory. But anyway, Oxy's been up and down and up and down. And now Warren Buffett sees a reason to be in it. Well, Oxy's got 4 million barrels proven. Of course, it's a completely different story, both good and bad, both good and bad. The advantage of NextBridge, it's in Texas, it's in the United States, it's on North America. So up until recently, very stable government, very stable politically, very stable militarily. So that's a positive for NextBridge. I don't know where Oxy's assets are, and they may be exposed to foreign countries, appropriation, that they just come and take the reserves. I don't know. I'm kind of making that up. The other thing is, I don't know what stage Oxy's proven is. Is it all producing? Is it at what cost? Is it subject to transportation? There's a lot of things. On the other hand, if Warren Buffett likes Oxy, I assume it's a well-managed company with brilliant assets. So 4 billion barrels is a good analog to NextBridge as NextBridge proves up its reserves, if they do. And the market cap, I'm doing this by memory, of Oxy, I think is 55 billion. Well, if you take 55 billion and let's say Greg McCabe is just going to be tight as a Scotsman. Oh, you're saying something that's not woke. All right, tight as a tick with his shares. No, Scotsman, and just leave. Let's say it's 300 million shares. 55 billion divided by 300 million gives $183 a share in value. So that's at today's multiples. That's at, and that confirms what the gentleman said. John Panadimo used 150. So Lou, I get so long-winded. That's kind of what I'm holding on for. I'd like it to stay private. I'd like them to prove up the reserves, go up the hockey stick evaluation, let the system cleanse out the criminals. But if not, because the system shows very little interest in clearing it out. If not, go public when your market cap is going to be 55 billion. Go public when your cash flows are equivalent to Occidental Petroleum and you pay a 1.5% dividend and your reserves are more than Oxy. Go public and hopefully on the New York at 55, 60 billion, float them. And then the shorts can't kill you, if you see my logic. And Lou, maybe by the time you're 70, I forget how many shares you have, but I think you have more than I do. But maybe by the time you're 70, yeah, I just did it for my shares. Maybe I'll have $750,000, and maybe you will too. But it could be more than that. I mean, I expect oil prices to go up from here, and I expect the premium paid for oil to go up from here as well. Yes, Susan, perfect. And do it. I'm hearing, Susan, from multiple sources that Fidelity, more than Schwab, but that Fidelity, I looked it up. It's such a silly thing that there's a chill on the stock. Well, they said it's an SEC chill. When I looked it up, the only place a chill goes on is at the DTCC. But Susan, if there's a I don't know how to do this in a picture, but if there's, I'm going to use a low number. I think this is very low. Um, I don't know, Susan. I'm not the best at giving examples, but if sorry for the reflection, if between Schwab, Fidelity, and E-Trade, there's 150 million NextBridge / MMTLP in their accounts, but at DTC in street name, there's only 50 million. That means 50 counteracts 50. There's 100 million that don't have real shares. Well, if Fidelity right now is saying there's a chill and they can't do anything, it's possible that Fidelity ran out of its street name shares, or they made a policy decision, let's hang on to the remainder we have. But as long as Schwab and E-Trade are still delivering shares, I would take them, because at some point they too are going to run out of real shares. So I'm so glad that you're getting them. And when I did this, I received paper certificates at my apartment, and I am responsible. I left them over there, I think. Oh no, here they are. I'm responsible for transferring them to AST. I haven't done it yet. You can see my sense of urgency, but I have mine here. But I haven't, they're recorded at the account at AST. So take a picture of them
and send them to AST. Absolutely. You could probably do it registered mail. There's no urgency. And I don't expect, and I hope not. I hope NextBridge never trades, at least until the counterfeit shares are expunged from the system, or it's a $50 billion market cap company and the shorts can't destroy it anymore. So yes, that's how it is, Susan. I give you great credit for doing it. And I would just feel great relief if they've told you they'll do it, do it. And it'll be, if you're like me, it'll be a long 6 weeks before you receive it. But once you receive it, you'll feel so much better. Hang on. Oh, sorry. Well, Envoy, you don't create the account. No shareholder at the transfer agent, it's not your responsibility to create the account. No shareholder can create the account. It's your brokerage firm. And I don't think that's correct. If you purchased the shares from Germany, if you're a legitimate player, you used an American account, a United States account, or your broker did, they can transfer those shares. As far as I know, it may be I mean, I was going to say it may be in their name for the benefit of you. And how does that different than street name? I don't know. I'll try to get a better answer, Envoy. I'll try to get a better answer, but you can't create, no shareholder creates the account. Your broker dealer creates the account. And I don't think you should be penalized for being an offshore account that you can't move your shares to NextBridge. I mean, to the transfer agent, to NextBridge. I think you can. Remember, Germany, though, is where it's rumored that somebody has already started trading NextBridge shares. The criminals are so far ahead of the legal system, it's frightening. So they may be more careful with Germany. I don't know. Whose website? Are you talking from NextBridge's? Oh God, you know what? There's not enough time for me to look it up. But I read it out to you in a live, and I read it on another presentation, so I know it's true. You do not create the account. Your broker dealer does. You call your broker dealer. It's their responsibility to create the account. Your responsibility is to ask that the shares are transferred. Why are you using FINRA fact sheet to get people to transfer? Newsflash, we don't trust FINRA. Are you a basher? Let me see. Bashers want to whisper in your ear, plant a seed of doubt. Bashers know you can't verify their statements. Bashers play on your lack of knowledge. Bashers bring up old news you've heard many times. If you don't trust that, let's just bring up, everything takes time. I want to listen to West Christian at 6. All right. Let's go to completely different website. And let's go to investors. Let's go to news. That was 2022. All right, let's go to the prospectus then. This is the prospectus that was filed and approved by the SEC. And the source is the SEC, the prospectus. Let's just go to the distribution. The distributing company is Meta Materials. The distributed company is Nexbridge Hydrocarbons. There's 165,472,241 shares of our common stock owned by Meta, which will be 100% of our common stock issued. This is Nexbridge. And outstanding following the cancellation of 51,122 shares at the same time. Each holder of Series A preferred will receive 1 share of our common stock for every, that's Nexbridge for MMTLP. Each holder of MMTLP will receive 1 share of Nexbridge for every 1 share of MMTLP held on the record date. The distribution agent will distribute only whole shares. The record date is December 12th. The distribution date is December 14th. On the distribution date, Meta will release the shares of Nexbridge to the distribution agent to distribute MMTLP to stockholders. It's saying here it'll take up to 2 weeks to electronically issue the shares to you. You will not be required to make any payment, surrender, or exchange your shares of MMTLP. Trading market. All of our outstanding shares of common stock are currently beneficially held by Meta, and our that's Nexbridge, is currently not listed for trading on any stock exchange or market. The shares will not be eligible for electronic transfer, which contradicts what they set up there. There is no public trading market for the common, and there is no current expectation for that. Transfer agent, AST. Then they go through the risks of the business. They go through the risks. Okay, let's see. The spinoff. Reasons. The Meta board of directors considered the spinoff to be strategic so that Meta can concentrate on its core business. When and how you will receive stock. Meta will distribute to the holders of MMTLP 1 share of NextBridge for each share of MMTLP outstanding as of December 12, 2002. Prior to the spinoff, Meta will deliver all of the issued and outstanding shares of NextBridge to the distribution agent, American Stock Transfer. If you own series of MMTLP as of the close of business of December 12, 22, our NextBridge, you are entitled to receive the distribution. Registered stockholders, if you own MMTLP directly through the transfer agent, you are a registered stockholder. In this case, AST will credit the whole number of shares of our stock you receive by way of direct registration in book entry form to a new account with the transfer agent, AST. Registration in book entry form refers to a method of recording share ownership where no physical stock certificates are issued to the stockholders. You will be able to access information regarding your book entry account holding at AST. Shortly after the distribution aid, the AST will mail an account statement to you, which indicates the number of whole shares which you have registered with them in book entry form. We expect it to take the transfer agent up to 2 weeks to complete this. If your shares are in street name or beneficial holders, metamaterial stockholders who own MMTLP beneficially through a broker, if in these cases the broker holds the shares in street names and records your record of ownership on their books, you should contact them. However, our shares will not be eligible for electronic transfer through the DTC. Therefore, we encourage you to contact your broker. We are not asking holders of MMTLP to take any action in connection with the spinoff. No approval. You will receive. After the spinoff, we expect to have approximately 64,000 holders of shares of our stock. Okay, so I'm not relying on FINRA to help you. I just read from the prospectus. I've read before, I'm not going to bore everybody, but the transfer was done first to AST, then to the DTCC street name. If you believe that your broker does in fact have enough shares at the DTCC and street name to cover your position, ask yourself one question. Why haven't you received it yet? Why haven't they transferred it yet? Odds are they don't have enough shares. I mean, odds. I mean, it is a certainty in many cases. So that's why I'm recommending transfer. Transfer while the green light is on. It already looks like Fidelity has stopped transferring. So transfer. If they've stopped transferring, don't panic. Put it in writing, have them deny it. That is your basis for a lawsuit. That is your basis for a congressional settlement. And it'll come. Something will come.
Yeah, it takes 4 weeks, Susan and Lou. Mine took 4 weeks from when E-Trade told me they started, but I actually think I had started a month earlier, according to my notes. But I didn't want to argue. They probably have gotten much more efficient, so I think it'll be 4 weeks is a good number. But plan on 6. And I think the $80, you could argue they shouldn't charge you, but I think the $80, Lou, I have it here somewhere. I might have thrown it away, but I got a yellow receipt that showed that E-Trade, Morgan Stanley, sent it to the transfer agent, and then not to the transfer agent, sorry, to the DTCC, and then the DTCC sent it to me. That's 2 FedEx packages, and that's $80. Yeah, if you're holding your own cert, if you have your own certificate, it is counted at Equinity. Yep. The way you can make sure is to call them, but it is. And if Mojo, for some reason, they start trading this stock, I hope to hell they don't. The best thing to do is to return your certificate to the transfer agent. But I don't see the urgency for that right now. The urgency I see right now is to get out of your broker dealer while they're letting you. Lewis, you did transfer? You don't need to have the certificate. No, Lewis, you don't need to have it. There were some transfers somehow affected without all of this. So I think there's ways the system can do it. But I'm happy to get my physical certificate because that's a level of fraud that I don't think. It's got this little metal thing. It's got the signature on it. We used to call that a medallion signature. So it gives me confidence that my shares aren't counterfeit. But if you're at AST, Lewis, your shares are not counterfeit. You're fine. You're fine. Just call in to assure yourself. You should get statements from them, and you should be fine. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Here's the FINRA fact sheet. It's dated March 16th. It's 6 pages, and I do think they have some dissembling about their role in it, maybe on the halt and all that. But what matters, I'm not going to say your name because I think you're a paid basher, but what matters is they list out the facts, and this is just factual. And you can get this data at Metamaterials. You can get this data at NextBridge. You can get it at the SEC. It's just data. On November 23rd, 2022, Metamaterials issued an announcement regarding the NextBridge MMTLP corporate action, stating that each holder of MMTLP as of December 12, 2022, would become entitled. Now, entitled is different than receiving. If you don't have enough, having an entitlement is like the girl at the bar said that you met her, you were gonna go to dinner with her, and then later on she promised that you would spend the weekend with her, and like an idiot, you introduce her to your friend, and he makes the move, pulls her away, And then he's jamming her for the next 3 months before he breaks up with her. Hey, I was entitled to her. Well, pal, take that and, call her up, see what happens. So let me start again. This is just a fact. I mean, this on November 23rd, 2022, Metamaterials issued an announcement regarding the NextBridge MMTLP corporate action, stating that each holder of its Series A preferred shares, MMTLP, as of December 12, 22, would become entitled to receive 1 share of the common stock of NextBridge for every 1 share of MMTLP held. Metamaterials also stated that the NextBridge shares would be distributed to MMTLP shareholders on December 14th, 2022, at which time, and this is the key thing that everyone, they can listen to you or they can just, this is factual. Metamaterials said on December 14th, all MMTLP shares would be automatically canceled. I think that word has since been changed to deleted, as if it has a consequence. Either way, it doesn't exist anymore. And so MMTLP doesn't exist. It's just a book entry that your brokerage firm is keeping track of their liability to you. So Metamaterials says on December 14th, all MMTLP shares would be automatically canceled or deleted. And MMTLP holders would cease to have any rights with respect to those shares. You don't think that's an important fact? It's included in the 6-page document from FINRA. But just because, in your opinion, this is full maybe of lies, that fact can be confirmed at the SEC, at NextBridge, at Metamaterials website, and in press releases. So it's factual. It's factual. Then on page 3, the MMTLP halt has ended. Yay. Concurrent with FINRA's deletion of the MMTLP symbol, which occurred on December 13, 2022. So those are facts. You can decide in the Basher's Handbook to listen to Bashers will lie to your face. But you know what? I just showed it's not a lie. I mean, that is a lie. I just showed you that this is not a lie. I also did your research for you. And so you can listen to this guy or not. I really don't care anymore. There you go. So Lou called in and gave his social security number. Probably his social security is so old, it probably only has 6 digits. No, I'm just kidding. And they, there you go. So it's all legit. It's above board. Wow, Susan, you're going to be the belle of the ball. That you're going to be the movie star. You're going to be the I mean, if it goes to $150 at some point, you have enough money to buy a pretty nice retirement or a pretty nice house or a lot of shares of something else.
Good for you, Susan. You're welcome. I don't know. I don't know if it helps. Yeah, Envoy, I think I can't think of a reason why you couldn't transfer your shares, but yeah, at AST. Right. The only reason to send your certificate is if you want to basically electronically deliver them, and you can anyway, so there's no urgency. Yes, it's AST or it's Equinity. Equinity. It's on the NextBridge website. I agree with that, Deacon. And just to be clear, you do not have to send your physical shares to AST. What he's talking about is, or I guess Deacon Blue, I assume, is transferring your MMTLP to real shares of NextBridge. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you, Deacon. I think this is exactly what they're trying to do. The Basher's Handbook. They're trying to make people ignore their asset. And I didn't know about this 24 months, but it may be that you cannot file a suit and it gets really hard to claim your asset. Please, please, please move. I think Fidelity's already closed the door. So if you're Schwab, E-Trade, otherwhere, move, move, move. But move before the panic sets in, please. Move before the panic. You may not make it. And then your only choice is to go with other remedies. The easiest is go claim your asset. Go claim your asset. And you help McCabe help you because he can move forward, not only with negotiating a settlement if that's his route, but more importantly, raising money, which he may be able to do with the disclosure anyway, depends. But you just help him move down the road, and that creates value. That's right. Well, the broker-dealer, John, I guess it's semantics, but the broker-dealer creates the account because the broker-dealer provides the data. But I guess you're right, too. AST creates the account with the data the broker-dealer provided. Well, some observations speak for themselves. I don't ever remember saying that, so I'm not going to repeat it. I never have said it has no value, so I don't remember that. You're using your own words. You can stick with your own words. But if something has potential future value, that's different than saying it has value now. I have not said it has no value, but we're operating. I just read their quarterly from Friday, and there's no significant numbers on the balance sheet or on the anywhere. There's nothing significant. So based on that data, there's no evidence of anything that's going to mean that you can come up with a valuation per share. Now, they might have an engineering report. They may have a geologist's report, but that's different than saying what they can raise the money at. If I had to guess, if they want institutional involvement, it'll be over $10 a share.
something like 1250. Look, if this were a normal life, they'd put out the range of maybe 1150 to $15. But we don't live in a normal market anymore. So I don't know. I really think I'm quite I do think that people like Jeff Easton, Kurt Kramer, Ari Rubenstein, probably the people at the sponsor Aubrey. There's liars in there, and I say that all the time. That these smiling faces are liars, but it's rare that I call someone directly a liar. But I do think that people are lying to you in order to keep you from doing anything. But hey, if you want to believe them, it's your choice. It's your choice. I could say it differently. Their opinion is not truthful. That's true. I used, thank you, Deacon. I used FINRA as a data point to just that factual statement and that factual statement. That's all. But you can get those same statements, and I think I've read them to you from NextBridge's website, from SEC filings, and from MMAT. Yeah, John, I don't know why. And I'm not sure you heard that from AST, but maybe you did. I've been asking people, and I always hear back that it's like a rumor. It's not, no one knows. But what you're saying pretty much aligns with what I heard. 60%, yeah, 90 million. So it leaves a big room for transfers. But I agree with you. I don't even think it'd have to get close to 100%. I think as soon as AST's at 75, 80% full, 85% full, there will be a panic to transfer. Right now, people are just sitting, they're listening, yes, to liars on Twitter, and people with different opinions than mine. Those are two different subsets of people. But I do think there are some people that are lying to the people. Smiling faces sometime. So people are not doing anything because they figure they're going to have all the time in the world. I don't think they're going to have all time in the world. Ah, wow. So Weeble, Davilio, that's great. I'd love to see that note. But to me, Weeble, Red, Robinhood, and one of the others, Moo, I think they're all fake shares anyway. So this is good that they're setting up this avenue. It makes me wonder if the system has a way to expand the shares without us knowing it. I'm always nervous about that. That's why I kind of like to have my shares at home. My TD Ameritrade transferred. They transferred without receiving a certificate. Yeah. So you're sure of that, though? You're sure of that?
Good. And then Schwab came. Now they're the same company. So that's great, Deacon. I think you and Susan are going to be on his and her yachts when this is all over. Oh, I read the S1. Well, whatever. I don't know what to do to square up with a basher. If Fidelity lets you get a paper certificate, yes, I would accept it immediately. Immediately. Look, it's all about claiming your asset, knowing where it is. Would you leave your daughter at school for 6 months, or would you go get her as soon as class is out? You know, I'm talking about a grade school kid. Just go get your asset. Go get your asset. MMTLP has zero value. Oh, that's what he was asking me. Yeah. MMTLB has zero value. Let me look at that. I misread it. MMTLP has zero value. And anyone that's telling you it has value is a liar. It has zero value. A potential future settlement is a different issue. That you're saying that a legal concept has value, or you're saying an argument with Congress has value. You're saying that your worthless chit could have value, give you legal standing. That's a different issue. It's not the value you want to talk about. Yeah, thank you, Deacon. I see the two names. I thought he was talking about Nextbridge. But yeah, just to be clear, MMTLP has zero value. Right now it has value because you can turn it in for Nextbridge shares. But at some point, at the FCO, what will the shareholders in Fidelity do if Fidelity does not have any more shares to allocate? I don't know. I think luckily we have lawyers pursuing action. I think there'll be a class action lawsuit if hello?
What are you doing?
I'm just finishing up live.
Put me back on.
I just got to get the speaker.
Yeah.
I just got to get the speaker. It
No problem.
it only stays on for
Battery 60%.
15 minutes after.
Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Right there you go.
All right, everyone. So I'm sitting here driving and I'm thinking I wanted to talk to William about how insane that I have to watch this manipulation on a daily basis. It is so ridiculous what they're doing that I was going to put up a post showing what Finger Motion has done and what is the relationship to the selling. It doesn't make any sense. The company's got record revenue, moving the right ways, new deals, doesn't need capital, and the stock has just been, since they rang the bell, every day has been sold down. 8 cents, 5 cents, 3 cents, 2 cents, every day. And it's coming to the point where it's in slow motion where I could just watch them do it now. They don't even hide the fact that they're doing it. That's the crazy part. I can watch it all day long and I can tell you what they're doing. They're doing it, just going back and forth. Don't get me wrong, there's some small buying in the middle of it. And William, I want you to understand this.
Yeah.
When I worked on the trading desk, we can tell when there's a real seller of a stock. Because if you're a real seller, eventually you're going to see a print where the seller is going to be taken out.
Right.
For example, let's say in Finger Motion, someone wanted to sell 100,000 shares.
Right.
each time they lower it, you would see 8,000, 12,000, 50, get someone getting out of it. And the minute they finish selling it, the stock would lift back up.
Right.
It doesn't have to, because the selling would be considered done. And it
Exactly.
would go back up.
That doesn't
is the
happen
t-
anymore.
It doesn't happen. And no one is selling because I don't see anything but 100, 200, 19 shares, 80 shares trading. So if you are selling it, you're not getting out.
And when you say lift up, a stock like Finger being under pressure, when the selling ended, lift up could be 3 or 4 points.
Oh, easy.
It wasn't slow. It just, once the seller was finished, boom. But that doesn't
Right.
happen anymore.
Nothing, zero. I've never seen anything like it. They just continue to do this cha-cha, manipulating it down, which is, in a strange way. I talk about the short squeeze trigger number, that average price number. The average price is really not going to go down much because they're not even selling anything. They're just going back and forth with each other. So it's not really lowering the average price as much as we think, because I'm being honest, they're not even doing anything. They're selling it from one account to another, from back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's all they're doing.
And they spoof to suppress the price.
And they're spoofing, and all they want to do is try to get people to sell. And you could see some people get angry, yelling at me, and those are the people that are getting tortured to death. I got it.
Right.
But I'm just laughing. I talk about the short squeeze trigger number that was at 440, 430, somewhere around between 4 and 450 now. But it should be dropping like a stone if the average volume on the day was 300,000 a day. That number would be dropping quicker, but it can't drop because that 300,000 is all fake. There's nothing even going on. And I put the time in sales, which are the actual trades. You can look yourself saying, wait a second, that stock just ticked down 5 cents on 2 shares, 19 shares, 18 shares, and 50 shares. That's what made it go down.
Right.
There's nothing, I would love nothing more than to tell people, hey, the average price is dropping like a stone. It can't be because they're not doing anything. It might as well be that the stock is marked lower and it could be Saturday, for example. It doesn't even make a difference.
Yeah.
The whole thing is just complete nonsense trading. And then GameStop or DJT, because the volume is there. We're watching it in super slow motion. The SEC, the DOJ, the FBI should be making this a case study. It's so easy to see. We can pinpoint any big trade that you can see. That's why they don't do any big trades, because they'll get caught. That's why you see 19, 100, 300, 200, 100, 1 share, 8 share, 9 share. They do it in those small amounts because they think the SEC, the FBI, the DOJ is only looking for bigger trades. And that's how they're hiding under the radar. It's just remarkable that we have to watch this every day. Remarkable. And I put up a post finally saying that the shareholders, when these guys are caught, we should get to put the justice to these guys. Let them come in our presence for a few hours. I assure you they won't be happy. I mean, that's how criminal this is, that they're standing here blatantly robbing us right to our face and without a mask and a gun. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And I don't even know what to say. They just, I feel bad for the people in GameStop, but they had their opportunity. AMC people had their opportunity. DJT, they're actually torturing those poor people pretty good. But again, you got the most powerful man in the world. When's he going to stand up and say something? Well, I hear this week. Let's see if it happens. The whole game changes on a dime when he opens his mouth. And I'm sure he is, because there's no way he's going to let Ryan Cohen walk away making $4 billion for doing nothing without him taking the same shot, doing the same thing. He's not that stupid, Donald Trump. Just amazing. I report on it, but it's like a joke right now. It's like, give me a break. I mean, this is like the most idiotic trading patterns I've ever seen. It's complete fraudulent. And there's no one here enforcing any rules. The SEC is a complete disgrace. I don't even know what else to say to these people. I don't even know how they even go home and to their families after watching this all day. Forget all the political stuff. That's a different story. This is like insane. They're robbing. I spoke to a guy who's running for a congressional seat. He knew about naked short selling, and I told him to throw his hat in the ring, and we'll help him out. I'm just saying, so people know about it. Naked short selling is the fancy word, and counterfeiting is the real word. And the street doesn't like it when we call it counterfeiting, because that implies, the Secret Service criminal activity. Naked short selling, it makes it sound like it's an option strategy. Oh, they're just naked short selling. They could have borrowed, they might have borrowed, it's sort of in the rule books, they have the market maker exemption, and they sort of top dance around it. But these people belong, forget prison. They should be getting their asses beat every day forever. That's how bad these guys are. I don't know. I just wanted to get that off my chest, William.
Well, Trump, they raised 69 million in options, it looks like, so that's good. They have some cash.
So they raised money. That's why that stock crashed that day.
Yeah, on those 2 days they exercised options. Not very.
So
I
they
don't know
raised-
how many, but it brought in like 69 million.
That can't be too many shares.
Can't be very much. And the
Gotta be
stock,
3 million shares. 3 million shares at 25 is 75 million, right?
yeah, so it's not very much. But then the stock is down a little bit now, so it might have
Sure,
another
it's
trade
down.
in it.
It's down no matter what they say or do. GameStop was going up, they raised money. DJT raises money, it goes down. It does. The whole thing is insane.
Yeah. There's no predictive,
Why be a public company?
you shouldn't
be
be.
a public
You
company?
shouldn't be, unless you don't need
Right.
money.
It's even with finger motion doesn't even need the money anymore. You can't get rid of the devils, and they don't need the money, and they still attack it.
That's why I just trying to tell people to have a little longer view. If it happens more quickly, great, but just stop being so nervous about it every day. Finger's a whole different company now compared to the rest of them.
Listen, the desperation that I'm seeing tells me it's coming. That's my gut feeling, because what they're doing is like someone standing in a bank vault with no mask and no gun.
Right.
That's what they're doing. That's the equivalent. You may not feel it because you don't understand trading. What I'm seeing, a third grader could see the fraud. It's so easy. I can't see the fraud in DJT because there's so many shares going back and forth. I can tell by the trading patterns what's going on. In GameStop, the same thing. But here, we're not even trading. It was 80,000 shares, and all of a sudden, after the 10,000 traded at 270, you could see all the manipulation the rest of the day. The stock went from 215,000 shares up to 260,000 with no trades. How could that possibly be? 2 shares, 1 shares, 18 shares, and it went up, and it just swells up. They have a program that they're doing with small, less than 100 shares back and forth like a machine gun all day. That's all I can describe it as a machine gun. And those little shares going back and forth every couple of seconds add up. You know, it doesn't take much to get 100, 200, 1,000. Before you know it's 2,000, and it gets to 40,000 real quick. And that's what they're doing. And the short seller, the real short, who shorted more last month, knew this attack was going on, because otherwise they wouldn't have pressed their bet of the other 80,000 shares. They haven't covered. We'll see on the June 26th what that guy is doing. Remember, they're all related. The real short is now 2,140,000 shares, and he went up 80,000 shares. What's he doing? What does he know? Why is he playing this game and pressing his bet? Obviously, he knows the attack is going to continue because he was short. If the number goes the other way, then the stock is going to lift because he knows they're going to start to cover. We'll see on Wednesday. That's how I look at it. I'm just trying to follow the patterns. Inspector Clouseau can figure this out. The Keystone Cops can figure this out. Anybody.
The
The
old
biggest joke
shorting
bullshit.
ploy. The shorting ploy.
Anybody can figure this out. I can't believe that this is the U.S. equity markets.
Yeah.
This is like, India at least came out. I don't know if you saw it on where they called out Hindenburg, that rich guy who got attacked when they were attacking him. The short sellers that had Hindenburg write that story against him.
It's humanity. It's humanity.
Everyone can see it. And here, it's day in, day out. For years, they hide. They don't say anything. MMTLP, make sure you people listen at 6 o'clock. I just go into Five Guys to get my dinner, and so I can listen to the conference call. I have to stop what I'm fucking doing and go listen to Wes and everybody else talk about all the shit that I know already. But I have to go listen to it so everybody else so I can make sure I'm on the same page as everyone else.
Yes, you do.
Instead of going to play ball, I got to go listen to this shit.
Yeah, well,
Unbelievable.
it's what you signed up for.
Give Gary Gensler in a room with me fucking a day. Let me talk to him. I'll fucking make his ears bleed, that motherfucker, lying cocksucker. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to everybody. I mean, I'm not going away. The company's going to make it, but I just can't believe I have to watch it day in, day out. My family is suffering because they call me up. I hear the same shit from everybody. When do you think it's going to turn? Do you think you're going to beat him? Blah, 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 blah. I have to tell my own family, shut the fuck up. I told you I'm not going to quit. I'm going to get these fucking guys. I told you that.
Yes, you did.
Anyway, let me get my fucking hamburger and go home and listen to West. But I just wanted to let you know, I will post most of my thoughts out here tonight when I get back home. All right?
All right, Ham. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye. Bye.
Call ended.
So Susan, I think what shareholders of MMTLP, which I agree with Deacon, I really am. I got confused up there, but MMTLP does not have value. MMTLP does not have value. MMTLP is an ex-peta. It is no more. It's gone to the choir invisible. So I agree with that. So but it is a chit. So the argument is you're entitled to shares. So if you stay in MMTLP, you're entitled. But if the shares are gone, what are you going to get? Then you need lawyers to argue, you need Congress to argue, and you need cash to argue. I'm afraid for you once it turns to only having MMTLP. Yes, MMTLP is simply an accounting entry to reconcile the books so the brokerage firms know their liability to you. Thank God, Deacon. I hope that's true. Greg McCabe will make sure of that. I hope you know. I hope you know. Thank you, Susan. That woo sheriff. Peace, love, happiness, health, wealth, and puppies. Look at that puppy. Little pooper. Concerns me that you're not willing to have a discussion with people who have different perspective on MMTLP. One person is calling for a discussion, the other runs for it. Who should I believe? Probably the one calling for a discussion. I can't control who you believe. I'm not running from it. I frankly, I believe the other night that went on for 9 or 10 hours, I believe I was having a discussion with the person you're referring to. And so I think I did my duty. But if you need to see it in discussion form, set it up. There's plenty of people that will take the one side and plenty of people take the other. But I think all it does is, it's interesting. If you go to the Basher's Handbook, it's interesting you bring this up. I got to find it first. Here's one. The successful basher gives the appearance of being open-minded. I can't find what I'm trying to find for you. Anyway, somewhere in here, it said, make the argument about you, not about the stock. So, anyway, I can't find it. Bashers try to control the board. They want to control the discussion. Don't panic. And on the words of a shadowy figure that has your best interests at heart. Anyway, I can't find it. Somewhere in here, it says a good basher makes it about people rather than the stock story. And I'm sorry you're concerned. That's right, Lou. If you have an expert certificate, you'll receive a statement from the transfer agent saying that you have those shares. If same as if you sent the certificate, you'll still get a statement. The only difference, it'll show that it's in book entry. That's exactly right. It took you a year? Emerito, IBKR took 1 year? In the UK. I hope the other one does too, but good on you for your persistence. I don't think it'll matter one way or the other. Silver's going up regardless. Thank you, Aaron. That's great. Get out of Fidelity and they're going to do it. Awesome. 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 Go. During temperature. Go do ring temperature. Good, Aaron. Good, Aaron. Yeah, the DOJ lets it happen, SEC. It's got to be I don't know. I think a crash in the market will change it. Yeah, that's good. Get the paper copy, the paper certificate. I hope it's not a paper copy. Just get the certificate. Got to be a stock certificate. That's paper. But if it's a Xerox, so you don't want a Xerox. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. Yeah, Nunez right. See, Nunez smart. SLNH popping. That's good. That's another basher trick, is to bring up another stock. That's all right. You can look it up. There are no rules of the market anymore. That's exactly right. Ham was on fire. Fire. Dun, 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 dun. Fire. Yes, I can do it. All about bullion. I want to, Dominic. I'm bored with this constant bashing, constant measurement against a criminal enterprise. Yes, I want to move to other stories. Absolutely. Dennis, in my case, it did. I had to remove it from my IRA, and which I had to fill out a piece of paper, sign it. And then and maybe that's why it took me longer this last time. I've heard, but I cannot confirm, that in some cases they've been able to move it, but I think in the vast majority of us, we're not in the rarefied air of the whale category. So yeah, you got to move it. Now, the only reasons not to move it out of your IRA is you're taking it out of that sheltered tax position. Well, the fact is, you're not going to sell the stock, probably. You're probably going to hold on to it. So there's no tax consequences as long as you hold it. But that's subject to your own decisions. And I don't know if it starts a new holding period. My guess is it does. So your gains could be taxed as short-term capital gains if you do it within a year. But I don't see Nextbridge as trading anyway, so I don't think that's a big issue. What I see Nextbridge either being bought out, aligning itself with a joint venture partner, or just being a big independent that's around 20 years from now, paying dividends and cash distributions. Lou says, Aaron, that's what I received from Schwab. You get a certificate FedEx, and they set up an account for you at AST. AST will give you an address where to send it if you don't want to keep it. That's right. No, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Just get some other people. I have no interest. I have zero interest. It makes it about him rather than about the solution. There's 65,000 shareholders. Some reason he's disgruntled with me, and it's some reason the air needs to be cleared. I couldn't care less. So now you set up a call, bring in people that agree with me, and then he can argue on the other side. Let me emphasize, MMTLP right now has value because you can transfer it to NextBridge. Once the door is shut, good luck. Good luck. And if you don't want to listen to me, ask yourself this. Where does Greg McCabe keep his shares? Where do the top 5 or 6 shareholders keep their shares? Why do you think that is? Ben Palmer, I love your bachelor list. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? It's what they do. It's unbelievable. There's a lot more there. All right, Nunez says, and this I'm quoting, Nunez D. Biz says, quote, "We aren't interested in Drew's incessant bloviating. If we were, we would be all over in his space listening to him. We've heard his opinion and he is dead wrong," unquote. If you transfer your shares and there is any kind of settlement for your prior MMTLP shares happens, regardless of reason, you'll still participate. Yeah. But look, this loose talk of resolutions, settlement, I'm not trying to pick a fight, but it's loose in the sense of define resolution, define settlement, define the cost, define the harm. And there's so many issues here that I think we will participate in most of them. And in the meantime, you got the real thing. Would you rather have the real thing or the fake thing? I didn't, you're misquoting me. I said, set up, if you want to debate, set it up with a group of people. Maybe I wasn't clear. I have no interest. I have zero. IBKR didn't charge me $25 for TradeStation. See, that's it. You don't have to be charged. And I think if you dig in your heels, they won't charge you. Tokenized bullion is another scam. The only thing, Dominic, that's going to be real when it all comes down, if you listen to Jim Rickards, any of these guys, is real money. And that's gold. That's gold. And then I think by extension, silver. But platinum is there. And Nunez, I'm going to quote Nunez, quote, "He has said over and over he isn't interested in talking to Drew. Stop making an ass of yourself," unquote. I am very passionate about God's money. I'm passionate about gold too. That's why I like this little company and other companies. Thank you. I just spoke with Shab about MMTLP. Told me he will send me a bulk certificate, but I have transferred it to the agent. I'm confused. Oh, yeah. Okay, I got what you're saying. He's going to send you
he's going to carve a piece off of their street, their bulk certificate, right? It's just what happened to me. It goes to the DTC. We authorize the DTCC to issue to Tom M in his name this amount of shares. They carve it off like a gyro sandwich. They slice it off the spinning thing and they transfer to you. You'll end up with a certificate like this, and then it's on you to transfer it to the transfer agent. They will not alert the transfer agent. Well, then it's on you, but I think they're supposed to. I think they're supposed to set up that account. But hey, if you have to set it up, you have to set it up. But after you get your shares, call in. I bet you'll find out the account's already set up. Should I be worried about that? No. The certificate is fine. They also said they want $80. Yeah, they also waived the $80. There you go. Just ask for the waiver. There's Kit Carew. I do wish to see Nextbridge sets a transfer deadline, and those shares will be transformed in a separate class. That's actually a good point. And you know what would be that deadline? That I'm not a lawyer, but somebody up in the conversation said there's a 24-month time frame to file a lawsuit. I have no idea. Yeah, Lou, I think it'd be a waste of time. They just filed a complaint, or is that the old one, Chris? I'll look it up. But I'm going to sign off when I get to the bottom because I want to turn off my computer so it cools down. I'll start again maybe at 15 minutes, like 5:45. So whoever wants to listen, you can come listen to West Christian with me. We'll tune in to, I'll tune it in here to Junk Savvy's Space Call, which you can tune in directly yourself as well. But maybe that'll become a basis that we can have a conversation after West Christian is done, you know? I'll look that up, Chris. Thank you. Okay, this is emotions, guys, that this guy is trying to get you to think of. None of this seems fair. Okay, that's exactly how I felt, and I raged against the machine. But now almost a year and a half later, facts are facts. It doesn't seem fair. We were entitled to a squeeze. No, we weren't. And no judge is going to give that to you. We were entitled to 2 days trading, and it looks like a squeeze was starting, but we weren't entitled to a squeeze. No way. They cheated and changed the rules. Why should we be punishment for it? Well, that's your opinion. You seem to hold it very firmly. So if you think the best solution is to hold on to a worthless book entry item, which will reconcile how much they may or may not feel they owe you, and that will keep you from being punished, go that route. My belief is if you hold on to MMTLP too long, not only will they have stuck the knife in first, you will have turned it and pushed it in the rest of the way on your own self, as they say, some places in the South, particularly in Virginia. A distinction of Nextbridge investor and those who refuse to move. Perfect. Nextbridge won't owe those dividends other to the, yeah, I like that idea, Kit. Let's just get this done and get it over with. The certificate comes from the transfer agent. The CEO, yeah, you're right.
This one, Greg McCabe. Greg McCabe. I think West Christian's at 6. Yeah, so I'll come on early. Fill the popcorn bag in EQ. Exactly. I'm going to end it there because I want to turn this off and then turn it back on with enough time to sign in. But I'm going to come back on at 5:45 if I can, if my computer will let me. And but I want to leave it there. If you feel the best thing to do is to stay up here with MMTLP, which is worthless, it looks like Fidelity already closed the gate somewhat. Maybe they reopened it a little bit. But E-Trade, as far as I know, Schwab today, you can still get your real shares. If you think it's better to be in a book entry, accounting entry that just keeps track of Fidelity's obligation to you, well, that's up to you. And the best place to get that advice is on Twitter. There's some Twitter spaces that'll give you that advice. And I encourage you, go listen to it because you should get all sides of the argument. But I've done as big an effort as I can to show you that MMTLP, as soon as the bus is full or the gates closed on the aircraft, I pity the fool. My prediction, pain. So anyway, I'll see you in 20 minutes. Yeah? Capiche? Capiche? Capiche.